Welcome to the Planescape, where good and evil clash, where law and order maintain their delicate balance, the battleground for gods and monsters. Many heroes have written their legends in the stars of the astral sea, but these are not their stories. The Aspera and her crew, Kyana, Finbar, Virla, and Dani, may not be the stuff of legends yet, but they're definitely rolling with difficulty.
Hello, and welcome to our little planes-hopping D&D campaign, folks. My name is Austin, your friendly neighborhood dungeon master, and as always, I am joined by my stealing scoundrels, settling scores, and soothing strain solidarities. Say hello, everyone.
Is that what we're doing this week?
That feels like the intro.
That's kind of what you did at the end.
Desperate Housewives.
Well, you didn't really soothe it so much as all agree that you were dicks to Dani, but you know.
And I wasn't there.
We were dicks to
wasn't
Dani.
there.
We'll talk about it in the podcast. It's fine.
You got time. Anyway, we're back for another exciting installment of Season 4. Who can believe we've gone on this long?
Ooh.
But before...
Still going. Still here.
Still going. No end in sight. And then one day we'll die. Before we get started tonight, though...
Not me. I'm immortal.
so far, so good. Before we get started, though, we do have a special sponsor tonight. So, Sophia, please say all the things.
I will say all the things, but first... I would like to do my go-to sports metaphor for the show, and I totally thought about this in the minutes that people spent debating the Fibonacci sequence before we started.
Minute and a half tops.
It's not a debate. We're all in agreement about it.
We all agree it exists.
We're not denying that it's a
past
thing.
3 minutes and 40 seconds recording. 100% the first 2 minutes of that minimum are the Fibonacci sequence talk.
Release the Fibonacci cut.
Do not. My high school's best performing sports team, according to the yearbook, was the chess team, so I'm going to count that as a sport. And it looks like the pawn has been moved from one of those middle two squares, 2 spaces forward.
Okay.
Everyone's favorite starting
Suspension of
move.
disbelief is broken.
They have actual
E4,
names
The
for
timer
spaces.
has been
C6.
hit. And now we're talking about today's sponsor for today's episode. We have another lovely author sponsoring the show. And we're here
That's a valid move.
to talk. I took my 1 month of chess club says that it is.
Pain. All right.
But
fine.
today's adventure is sponsored by Moontide, a new novel by author Mary Greenwood, releasing in August of this year. That's 2023. Available for order right now. Woo! This is a new adult fantasy novel from an Aussie, which is... I'm so thankful that an Australian author was willing to sponsor the show, even though we have butchered this accent for the last 3.5 seasons.
I'd say we've made Australians cooler, if that's possible.
Crikey.
I don't think that's possible.
Oh.
It's pretty cool.
Listen, I have a story to share. Will you hear it howling in my eaves? Feel it gusting down my chimney with a fine mist of rain. See it in the gossamer ghosts flitting over the dust and ashes. Scent it on the salt wind that whispers and wails with the voices of the lost. I can only hope you will. Fia wears a stolen pelt that eats away her humanity night by night. When she stumbles into an abandoned lighthouse with blood staining her hands, her teeth, she has almost given up hope of claiming back her life. A daughter of fire, Brenna's only wish is to flee her father's legacy and the people who call her accursed. After a wolf attack leaves her injured and awakens the superstitions of the townsfolk, she strikes a bargain with the council in a desperate bid for her freedom. A son of the sea, Tuathal, seeks answers the tide alone cannot give him. Chasing the memory of his mother, he is drawn to a fragile stranger who might be the only one who can unveil the mystery of her disappearance. Within the lighthouse's walls, on the cusp between fire and storm, an old story begs to be heard, heeded, and understood. Each tread in the footprints of the past, but what will it cost to tell a new story, to set old wrongs right? That is Moontide, available now through the order link in our description below. Definitely check it out if you sound at all interesting. Sounded super cool to me. Check out the link in the description or show notes below to order your copy today. Sounds super cool. And thank you again to Mary Greenwood and Moontide for sponsoring today's adventure. And with that, the player on the other side has also moved a pawn forward 2 spaces, but this time the other pawn, equivalent on that side. So, if one was on the left, on the other side. It's that side's also left, so that it's the opposite side's right.
Same column.
And then they hit
Right.
the
Columns
little
have letters for a reason.
button again, and with that, it is Austin's turn to move a chess piece.
The clock? You mean they hit the clock?
We're doing
little
timed
button?
chess.
I didn't watch the Queen's
Google on
Gambit,
Passant.
if I'm being honest. I heard it was very good, and I
You
never
don't
got
have
around
to
to
watch the
You
Queen's
don't have
Gambit.
to watch Queen's Gambit to know what chess is.
Queen-
You just
Gambit.
have to be part of modern culture.
Queen's Gambit, famously the show that invented chess.
Chess, yeah.
Recent
Everyone
phenomenon.
who plays chess
chess.
learned it from the Queen's Gambit. I think that's how it
Oh.
works.
Sophia.
This bit is
Pain.
beloved, thank you very much. This is this is
I
part
do
of
like
the
this
show.
slightly more than you butchering sports that I don't know about, because now I can get mad, but in an educated way.
We're
I
still
do
going.
like I do
Still
like how
going.
my prediction is going to be true, where we're starting to veer off to things that aren't necessarily sports, but just general
Take it up
competitions.
with my
It's
high
starting
school.
to fall on the
because
on
they
the,
listed
on
the chess
spectrum
team
of-
under sports, and their trophies did sit in the sports cabinet, and they were much more successful than like the football team.
Yes. And how
I
did
think you
everyone?
got the
and how did
causality
they-
reversed there. I
how
think
did the
they
other
were
athletes
listing the
feel
chess
about that?
team as a sport because the chess team was doing so well.
Oh, 100%.
Like we need more trophies.
I was not on a sports
Get
team
the nerds in here.
or on chess, but I would agree that I think that maybe that was more of the decision making.
So then, what's the difference between like a sport and a game? Because
Okay, I actually have a whole thing about this, but we're gonna have to do it later. Maybe
fair
join us
enough.
for a
Fair
Patreon
enough,
stream, and
yes.
I'll talk about my
Uh-huh.
my theoretical scale of 1 to 10 of game versus sport and where everything falls along that
Great.
spectrum.
So when this episode
somebody
comes
asked
out,
me what
like a
sports I
month
did,
from
and I
now,
said
from when we're
chess.
Yes.
recording, patrons that month go on to the little Q&A chat and ask
that's
Austin
only
about it.
that's only 2 chats from now.
yeah,
Go on to the chat and ask Austin about it.
You want to play some D&D?
More than anything.
When last we left our heroes,
That's us.
an old contract fulfilled. You have repaid your debt to Golzar, taking on a dangerous, perhaps your most dangerous job yet. But you seem to come through unscathed, the contract fulfilled. Finbar, all ties with the Searing Tongue in any professional manner now seem to have been cut for you. There was perhaps some contention surrounding the previous job, but I'm sure that there's nothing to worry about there. After returning to Sigil to get out of town for a little bit and offload some of your stolen money, we find ourselves
Liberated.
just about a day or two later back in the city of Brass, that beautiful, opulent gem in the elemental chaos. Actually, before we get started, to take care of a little business that would have probably happened between episodes, Noir, do you have the list of planes that you would have chosen to copy down out of that book? The portals. I
Did
should
you
say.
do
The,
your
the
homework,
the,
Noir?
Teleportation circles.
I did
If
do
not,
a
we
bit
can
of
return to
homework,
that.
actually. Sophia. Yeah, so I guess just to recap, I get to choose 3 out of the following 6. Gehenna, Elysium, Fire, Water, Vitopia, and Easegard.
Correct.
The extent of my homework involves me just rolling a d6 3 times. So Easegard, Water, and I already rolled a 6. I already rolled a 4. 2. Elysium.
Nice. That
All
one
right.
might be useful.
Easegard might be useful. We know 2 people in Easegard.
Yeah.
All of those are ostensibly useful. Honestly, Gehenna was probably your least useful one.
yeah.
I was
Yeah.
very
Of course,
curious
you don't know
about
where
it.
a quick reminder that the way the teleportation circles work is when you plane shift, if you know the teleportation circle, you can attempt to plane shift there specifically. So it will give you a direct means of traveling to a specific location within that plane. Now, you still need to cast plane shift, but if memory serves, I don't think you need the tuning fork.
If the ship is the thing that plane shifts, and we plane shift to somewhere inside,
I believe it does specify that you teleport to the nearest space that could hold you.
cool.
Oh, that's useful.
That's very
Because
useful. It is useful.
If we get in trouble for stealing the information about these teleportation circles, one of the easiest possible ways to catch us would just be to set up posts
camp
around those
out,
places.
yeah.
Yeah,
But I
if
don't
we just
believe-
clip outside the building, we'd be fine.
Did you take the book, Noir? I believe you
No, I
decided
copied.
to just
I was
copy.
able to just
yeah. So
copy 3 down.
So they really have no way of knowing, short of a stellar investigator with a stellar investigation check, really any way of even suspecting that you would have copied those. Now, all the money that's out of the safe, that's
I was gonna say,
but you know,
did we successfully fence off that
yes,
10,000-ish? Okay.
All that gold that you've acquired, the various denominations thereof. Feel free to mark that down. Hira, more than happy to basically trade with you guys.
Thank you,
Hira really liked the notion of having stuff that was stolen.
Oh, we told Hero where we got it from?
I don't know
did they
why
just
else you
assume?
would have
This party,
explained
I
that you
can't-
needed money fenced.
I can't imagine a way in which, like, if we send anyone to do this, like, if you send Dani, it's gonna be too shady and she's not getting in. Virla, Kyana, Finbar, I think would just say it's stolen at any given point.
Probably. Unless you told me not to, in which case I would just panic.
Hira very happy to the novelty of having stolen money, even if they already had a lot of money, is just fun. Also, if you would like any of that gold converted into any kind of gemstones, then you can do that. Certain spell components require gemstones, and of course Revivify requires diamonds, so any amount that you want to, go ahead. If you divvied up the gold already, you just assume that you can get that turned into rubies or sapphires or diamonds or whatever.
We got 10,000
Finbar's gonna have a
worth.
huge honkin' ring for them.
We got 10,000 worth. I'm splitting it equally across all floors. Everyone gets 2,500.
I would not like anything that was stolen from Brass, so y'all can divvy that up amongst yourselves.
We technically no longer have anything stolen from Brass. We have
Even
money that has been
so.
exchanged.
That's all you
Okay.
guys.
Then,
Okay.
man, math.
3, 3, 3, 3.
3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I'll take the extra one.
Okay.
Fantastic. You guys have never created a party fund. Just kind
We
of-
never
No.
did.
No.
But this is happening. You guys, like, the ship ropes are being attached and the ship is being pulled in to the dock at Brass. The gang, you guys, like, finish divvying things up now that, you know, you're entering a city where you might need it. And you see the gangplank goes down, and this time Otto is waiting there for you guys. What would you like to do?
Does
I'm
he
not
look
going down
pissed
first.
or does he look normal?
Make an
Yeah.
insight check.
Can I also make an
You
insight
can
check?
absolutely make an insight check.
Yay!
I would like guidance on whoever's on Kyana. On this one.
Oh.
I'll
does
do
that mean I
guidance
roll
on
with
Dani then.
advantage?
It means you roll with an additional d4 added to your total.
Alrighty.
17 total then with guidance.
Hell are my
17.
D4s. Oh, the one time I didn't pull out my dice. Okay.
Okay, we'll wait.
30.
30.
I rolled
So-
a natural 20 and a +1.
Kyana knows fucking everything.
What's Otto's social security number?
So, Dani,
Yeah.
Otto does not seem angry, and you know him pretty well. So you definitely can get the sense that there's no like ill will here. You guys have been like, you guys took a couple extra days, which is the sort of thing you guys used to do before you had a big falling out. But there's a sense that perhaps things have returned back to normal. He understands that part of this arrangement is you guys also taking care of other business occasionally. And the fact that you answered his call and then showed up pretty promptly, he's not upset. Kyana, with a natural 20 and then a 30, there you catch the ever so subtle. It's not anger or anything. His glance at you three and then at Dani is not angry or distasteful, but you notice Otto looking at Dani like a family, like a family member who has just returned home, and he looks at the rest of you guys with kind of a sense of like if they brought their hooligan friends, and you were like, what sort of trouble did they get them up to
I figured.
while they were gone?
Oh, we're the
Oh, what a
hooligan friends.
surprise.
Okay.
Dani
yeah.
doesn't approve. He doesn't approve of the company Dani keeps.
I've never been the good influence before.
Yeah, the idea that we're the bad
Yeah.
influences on Dani is
So
very
funny.
funny, but
Oh,
also
God.
makes perfect sense
Yeah.
for Otto.
Ugh.
Oh man.
He just gives a smile as you guys come down.
Yeah, I'll make sure the ship is docking and everything, and then hop down to, I assume, converse.
Yeah, you hop down. He says, I take it everything has gone well.
Yeah, we had a little trouble getting out of hell, so had to stop and do a couple patch-ups. This ship could use some work, frankly, but,
He kind of, like, appraises the ship, and he's like, I think this is the worst I've actually ever seen in it. I'm surprised that, well, I assume whoever did this is dead now.
You know, we didn't really stick around long enough
2 out of
to
3.
find out the exact results of that.
Fair enough. Better to flee a fight than die in a fight. Anyway, shall we finalize things? I'll get you your cut, and we can... He motions for you to, like, go with him.
Is it all of us, or is it Dani?
Natural 20, he's mostly motioning to Dani. If any of you would like to accompany her, feel free.
I'll just start following him.
Sure.
Our MO up till now has been Dani just goes, but if anyone wants to follow, I'm not going to stop you.
So I think, strictly speaking, some of us might have already spent our cut. Right?
Yeah, this is Austin hand-waving a mechanical thing, wherein I knew you were in Sigil and would probably want to spend money, but theoretically he would be divvying it up at this point, right?
Okay. I'll go with Dani then.
Okay. Virla follows Dani. Dani, I want to ask you how the events of the last couple days clearly did upset Dani. Is Dani still upset? And if so, is this something that she tries to hide and to any great effect? Or is this kind of like, is she kind of openly sour? What is the disposition, what is the headspace and disposition of Dani following the last adventure?
I think Dani's definitely still salty. No pun on the plane of salt intended, but I think like Dani would attempt to hide that she was so pissed because she doesn't really like to confront any particularly strong feeling at any given point other than like euphoric joy or just pure rage, and she's sort of just simmering right now. But it is Dani, and I don't know that she's the most deceptive person in the world, so I don't think it would be particularly difficult for anyone nearby to see that like she's not as jokey as she tends to be. She's a bit more all business at the moment, and that's probably a reaction to being pretty pissed and not really wanting to put too much out there.
Okay. Do you think this is the sort of thing Otto would intuitively pick up from you, or do you think this is the sort of thing Otto should perhaps roll to determine?
I think Otto could probably just pick up that Dani is a little annoyed, but I don't know that he would think it was too out there, so I would say probably roll if he wanted to see if it was like unusually pissed.
Fantastic.
Maybe we are a bad influence on Dani, guys. Maybe we should just leave.
No!
With a total of 15, what do you think that he picks up?
She's more
Amateur
pissed than
hour.
she usually is, but it's not. He doesn't get the sense it's directed at him. I think it's just sort of like Dani seems like something happened that she's annoyed with.
They are both aligned in their hatred for us, oh no.
I think if I've clocked any of Dani's more pissed than usual, Kiana's not going with her to deal with Otto. Kiana's staying on the ship.
I think it
Fair
makes
enough.
sense that Virla's the only one going.
I love my boy!
Virla, you guys make your way, and as you get to Otto's office, he opens the door and then stops and says, actually, come to think of it, the most amount of repair that could be done in the shortest amount of time is probably a worthy investment. Virla, why don't you see if you can't find Roy somewhere around here to get started on all of that?
Absolutely. I will meet you back on the ship then, Dani.
Alright.
Thank you, my boy.
You're welcome,
Shoot out!
my sir. And I'll leave.
Oh, Virla and Roy
I'll go look for Roy. Thinking that
baby.
nothing is out of the ordinary.
Damn it!
Virla goes to look for Roy. Otto watches you go and then leaves the door open. Doesn't like close it or anything, but still walks in and sits at the desk. Payment?
Yeah. I completely...
Takes it.
Yeah.
No,
Sophia the
Takes
player
it,
has forgotten
begins
what we
counting
agreed
it.
on, but I assume that it is written down somewhere.
yes, so it was 10,000 gold and you are entitled to 20%, which is 2,000 gold.
Cool.
Split 4 ways, a pittance compared to the gold that you just
Yeah.
stole from the thing.
Liberated.
But, you know, one is... different kinds of work, you know? High risk, high reward. He starts counting, and then he says, "So, is the trend going to continue? Am I going to have to be the one that does all the talking, or?"
No, I just had a bad day for a lot of rain in Sigil.
I'm not gonna ask for a deception check on that one. He stops counting, like gives you a side eye, and says, "Well, bad days happen. Did you learn something from it?"
I think I'm still working that out a little bit.
And here I was complimenting, saying that you were the smartest one. He gives you a wink.
Dani relaxes a little bit. She's not, I don't think, as tense around Otto as she was at the end of season 3. The last couple interactions have been more in line with what was normal for them, but
yeah,
she's still pissed, but it's not directed at him.
This falls far more in line with an Otto that you knew for many years, which is to say, not exploding, but obviously take what you will from any of his interactions. He counts it out, says, "So what do you plan to do now? Or keep it a secret? It's none of my business."
Well, you said you had a gig for us, I think. Or maybe I misheard on the...
Not lined up at the moment, you've completed it. 2 jobs in one, actually. A new record for you.
I'm probably gonna fix the ship and see what work pops up in the interim. It's pretty banged up, I think you might have noticed, so probably gonna take a while to repair. That was all hell, by the way.
Real shit.
Yeah, I don't know if you've been to hell before. Fucking terrible place for a spelljammer to be driving around.
Twice I've been to hell. Why do you think I sent someone else now? But believe me, much harder to get around without one.
I believe it, although I saw those trains were so... Anyway, whatever.
You don't want to get involved. Don't get on one of the trains. I know you stopped the train. That's very different. Don't get on one of the trains.
I think we might have been on the train when we said... Anyway, that's not important.
And don't drink the water, either. I mean, I assumed
there's water there? It seemed pretty dry.
Sticks. The sticks.
Oh, do you know where we could get a slod heart?
He immediately... You say something that's just like... so out of left field, and he immediately just starts considering it. I mean... Yeah, so let's see. Let's give him a roll. Okay, so he definitely knows what you're talking about. I mean... I hear that they're not, like... They're not, First you have to find a killer slot, and then you have to operate on it. And then, if you're very lucky, it's the one in 10, 50, 100, I really don't know for sure, but that has one of the gems. I'm not even sure if it's in the heart or the brain or the, but regardless, I could put out some feelers. Why do you ask?
When we on our various adventures, I did actually learn how to Styx-proof the ship. Thought that might be a good upgrade to work on, but it requires a slot.
Curious. Well, if it opens up more working opportunities, then let me see who I can ask.
Yeah.
Someone's always selling something here, and if they're not selling it, they know someone who can.
If you can get it, I can upgrade it.
A perfect team we make. All right, he pushes your coin towards you.
Nice.
Shore leave. I'll let you know if anything comes up.
Thanks, Otto. I'll go redistribute this, and Daniel jingle the coins.
Yes, much lighter. Fantastic. Virla, you go off into the junkyard. Why don't you go ahead and make a perception check
Virla
for me?
and Roy.
Investigation?
You can investigate, sure.
Or what?
I said perception, but you can investigate.
I have to think that he's at least semi, knowledgeable of the heap's layout. I'll do perception. 13.
13? So you are wandering the heap. Now, the heap, as you may assume by its name, is kind of labyrinthine in that it has just tons of piles of stuff everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
A wild Ziggy has joined the chat.
She won't get off my arm. I'm holding her like a parrot currently for the audience. You good?
She senses angst.
Aw.
It's labyrinthine. There's like, piles of stuff everywhere. Occasionally you'll watch someone like walk by and like look into something and like reach and pull something out and they're like, oh yeah. That's happened on occasion. There's also like walls that surround it. A lot of stuff is like pushed up against the walls, but the heap is kind of sectioned off in a like, hey, this is our space kind of way, right? The city of Brass is, without putting too fine a point on it, very, very tight for real estate. So, the square footage here is like maybe the most expensive in all of the Planescape. Which isn't necessarily a lot because most places are infinite, and so they have infinite space. But, here in the city of Brass, the square footage is very, very sought after. And so there's walls that surround everything, with just like stuff pushed up against the wall, so you get kind of this like embankment going around the whole perimeter. As you're kind of looking around for Roy, you hear some whistling, and you see someone climbing down over the wall, and then like dropping down onto a pile of basically garbage, and like she balances and like starts to kind of like fumble her way down, like slips down, turns and starts crawling down like hands and knees, kind of like a toddler going downstairs.
Do I recognize them? Do they work at the heap?
No, you don't recognize her. She looks to be with your. She rolled terrible and stuff. She looks to be half elven.
Ooh.
So everything that entails, she has kind of like the mildly pointed ears. Think like a Legolas Lord of the Rings kind of ears, right? Is half elven kind of size.
Interesting.
She's fairly short and kind of like, she's half elven, so she's kind of billowy. She's got. I've actually talked about this the other day. Elves in my setting tend to have like rainbow colored skin, like they are different colors. So like wood elves are yellows and browns and greens and whatever. She has like kind of like a blue sheen to her. It's very slight. In the light you might not pick it up, but in certain lights it might seem very bright.
Like, does it remind me of any of the elves that I've seen before, like either Cressida or the astral elves?
No, Cressida has like purple skin, and the astral elves are like blank white.
Gotcha. All right.
She's climbing down. She's got like little robes. There's a lute on her back, and she starts kind of whistling as she goes.
All right, whose backup character is this? Somebody fess up.
Mine's Mandy. I'm out.
Not mine.
So she's currently climbing
is as
down.
weird as it sounds, by the way.
Okay, all right.
She's trying to climb down the nearest.
Yeah.
It's pretty clear that she's trying to break in. It
Yes.
seems as though.
Yeah,
All right, I'm gonna dimension door like right up in front of her.
What?
Okay, you boom teleport directly in front of her. She lets out a yelp and goes, "Brothers, oh,
Hello.
hi." She, as you see, she kind of like tries to stand up a little, to like get even with you. Now you're standing above her and are 7 feet tall, and she's
Yeah.
like 5.5 at best. So it's kind of like she's teetering again like a toddler. But as she does, you notice a amulet slips like from around her neck, and you see a religious symbol that you perhaps are beginning to become familiar with, the symbol of Mistra, and a silver pendant dangling around her neck. As she
Side quest.
There is an entrance to this place. It might be a little difficult to find, I know, but
Sorry, I did try, but there's a big fuck-off lizard guy in the way, and he told me that I wasn't allowed in, because... And then she looks up and she says, "By gods, you're Virla."
She's looking for you.
yeah.
Mistress Specialist Boy!
We need to make that Mistress Specialist Boy bumper sticker for the Red Bubble right after this episode's recorded.
I'll get the design going as we speak. Kyana's just on the crow's nest feeling sorry for herself. This is way more fun.
Yes, I am. I'm so sorry I don't have the pleasure of knowing your name. However, I can see that we share a common patron.
Yes. Oh, wait, no, you wouldn't. She extends a hand way up at you and goes, Catriona, but, you can call me Cat, if you'd like.
I'll take her hand, and I guess I'll just help guide her down to solid ground.
Oh, thank you. I'm not so much for the, going around and climbing. It's... Most of my life, I prefer staying on just solid, flat ground.
Well, as someone who perpetually has sea legs of a sort, I cannot relate.
From what I
why
hear...
don't we...
Oh.
I'm assuming that you came to seek me out.
I did. I suppose there's no sense in being around the bush in that sense. Yes. I
Then,
heard about you and came to seek you out.
Well, we'll see what that means. Why don't we do this then outside the bounds of this establishment, just to not alert any further attention towards us? I know the manager. I can get back in.
Nice.
Certainly. Is there someplace inside? You see she starts wiping sweat from her brow. She's like, is there someplace inside maybe, or we're gonna just stand out on the street?
You're not
What do
of
you
brass.
think?
I see.
I'm not a native of brass. It's actually my first time here. It's very, very hot. Had to.
Then why don't
took a long time to get here, so.
I'll take you to my ship then.
The Aspera.
Yes, I'm now getting increasingly suspicious of what information you know.
Oh, this is very exciting. Do you see she takes out a notebook and starts writing?
Oh no.
No. She's a reporter.
Do we have a fan? What is this? All right. Well, yeah, but I guess I'll. While we're walking to the Aspera. Well, you've done me the disservice of knowing a lot about me, but I can't say the same about you. So, who are you?
Well, like I said, my name's Catriona. I'm a member of the Starry Quill. Puts her little hands on her hips.
The Story Quill.
I
Do
imagine.
you want to make a history check?
I imagine they're walking, and she stops to do this.
She does.
She's got poses. She's got
Yeah.
lights. She's got backup dancers.
They all start climbing down over the wall after her.
Oh, flash mob.
Weevils.
Oh god.
Go ahead and make a history check.
Mandy just takes a
okay.
drag.
19.
Oh yeah, Mandy's been watching the entire thing.
Oh yeah, from the beginning. Sorry, what'd you say?
19.
19? I would say that with a 19, given your connections, the Starry Quill is an order of bards that are followers of Mystra. So they are storytellers and recorders.
I know
Bards,
who my backup character's gonna be now.
Bards, bards, bards record stories and make things official by their very presence, right? That's like the function of bards throughout the Planescape, is to perpetuate stories and make sure that other people are aware of them. So this is an order that specifically is kind of aligned with the magical goings on, right? So Mystra, if you can think of a lore bard as being like kind of the wizard of bards in a mechanical sense. Think of the Starry Quill as being the wizards of bards in a storytelling sense, in an RP, in a flavor sense.
Ah,
This is so
I
exciting.
hadn't realized.
She's not a reporter, but
It's the same thing.
I hadn't realized we had gained that amount of fame, to warrant this.
oh well, yeah. Not to put things, I don't want to misrepresent things. It's not like, stories of your exploits are being told far and wide. Not yet, anyway. But there's,
Right.
Certain people who are important enough have heard. And you see she kind of thumbs the pendant and says, and they pass the information on to other people. And, well, it got passed on to me. And I thought, well, I've got to get ahead of this. There's a story
Sure
here.
she's not a
Actually, I
reporter?
would wager there's many stories here. Shame for them not to be told.
Yes, I suppose so. No, you're right. Due to my nature, I don't know what you've heard about me, but due to my nature, I don't know how much I can tell you. That's a lack of ability, not desire.
You gotta find that conspiracy board on your own by snooping around the ship.
Yeah.
Oh, what could possibly go wrong?
I don't know. I suspect that perhaps you sell yourself short.
Well, I suppose we'll see.
Granted, I've only just met you, but pretty good judge of people.
I'll take your word for it. I cannot say one way or the other.
You guys at this point arrive at the Aspera, and she goes, wow. a ship. She goes, a ship fit for heroes of such renown. And you cut back to it, and you watch a
Busted
piece of
his
like,
ship.
you watch a big chunk of the ship just fall off into the lava.
I don't trust how much she's ass kissing us.
I kind of knock on the mast. Kyana, we got guests.
Oh, what? Okay. I'll just jump.
I don't know how much you actually know of the crew of the Aspera, but Finbar,
Aware
Kyana,
that there
this
is one, but not yet acquainted. Hi,
this is
Catriona.
She can introduce herself, apparently.
Virlo, who's your new friend?
She is a member of the Starry Quill. It is an order of legendary storytellers who take it upon themselves to find and disseminate stories of heroes.
Well, I'd say our stories are legendary. I wouldn't say that we ourselves are. That's a bit flattering, but...
I suppose. That's true.
Huh. So why are you hanging out with us?
Take a guess.
Well, I heard... I mean, yeah, Finbar's perception, you can
Yeah.
immediately... They're standing next to each other wearing the same religious pendant.
Something to do
And,
with the stars of magic, I'm guessing. Let's get you.
Something to do indeed.
Let's get you
The Quill is
some
also
food. We'll all go sit down.
followers of Mistra, Kyana.
Yeah,
They are followers of Mistra, as am I.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense.
You'll have to excuse us. One of our fourth is not here, Dani. But she
Dani,
is,
I assume, walking back to the ship, like, do I run into Roy at all?
We'll get
oh, that's
there,
right. I
we'll
haven't
get there.
found him yet. Oh
No, you haven't found him.
Fetch quest failed.
She, you mentioned food. She's like, certainly. I've only had what street food I could after since I've arrived here. Try this
Ooh, that's a
terrible
risky
drink
gamble.
called Dani.
It's delicious. Thank you
don't-
very much.
Oh, you should not say that around our fourth.
Yeah, we're gonna hurt a lot of feelings saying that.
Now a new blue raspberry flavor.
Oh wait, that I might have to try.
Well, please, let's get you inside. Let's get some food in you, and then you can interview us. I don't actually know what you do.
Not interview. I'll be honest. I don't come with that much of a purpose, other than I heard that the ship often docks here, and that there might be a chance of running into you. And lo and behold, look at you right there. Very fortunate in that respect. But
We are
I'm
happy
not
to
looking to
host you,
interview
then.
you. I'm more looking to get ahead of the story, pen the first lines while they're still happening, so to speak.
Okay.
Get a sense.
This is an odd. I will say, as someone who claims that the storytellers themselves aren't legendary, this is an odd prerogative.
Can I insight check this person?
Yeah, go ahead and make an insight check.
Thank you.
This whole episode is giving me real, like, confessional on Survivor energy in a way that I can't quite explain, but that I feel deeply in my bones.
18.
Very good. She only rolled 16.
Well, I rolled a 9, so.
So she's not being deceptive in her motivations or anything. She is definitely, like, she is here what she says to do. She's heard of Virla, and she's trying to, like, learn a little bit about him.
Uh-huh.
But you do get a sense, there's a bit of, like, wide-eyed naivete, and it's not totally off base. There's no, like, you didn't hear her say this, but, like, the fact that she's seen the brass for the first time is not a lie.
Mm-hmm.
But there's definitely a sense of, like, she did make it to the city of brass. Like,
Yeah.
she's probably not super fresh and doe-eyed, right?
So she's kind of playing up the.
She's kind of playing up
wide-eyed.
it a little bit.
Okay, alright. Huh.
You guys sit down. She, like, hungrily takes whatever you are offering her. What does Finbar have?
He brings out these cookies with what is this?
Aw.
They're sugar glazed, but instead it's very similar to like the pixie dust that he leaves around when the pixies come in and out. And so they're just and on top of that he brings out fairy bell nectar, which is it's basically fruit juice, a little on the sweeter, actually very much on the sweet end, and he places a small little plate and cups around for everyone.
She takes a bite, takes a sip. This is quite good. You're a talented man at your craft.
Yeah, I've been slowly perfecting those cookies. I thought of a better name. They're Finbar's stars.
Oh, I like it even better now.
Coming to the nearest inn near
Well,
you.
perfection shows.
Thank you.
Respect.
And that's just regular fairy bell nectar. You can buy that anywhere in the Feywild.
Good to know. I would love to visit someday. I'd love to visit and remember visiting.
Yeah, that's the trick,
I think
isn't
that would
it?
also be
Yeah.
fun.
Overrated.
Has the latter happened?
Oh, is
to
Dani
you?
here now?
No. The little Dani
In any
voice in
case,
your
I
head.
certainly
Oh yeah, the pocket Dani.
Yeah.
Pocket
Yeah.
Dani.
Pocket Dani.
you humble me with your hospitality, but I don't want to take up too much of your time. The fact of the matter is that there are other places I have to be getting to eventually as well.
Oh.
But really, I just wanted to come and... She kind of catches herself here, and reconsiders what she's going to say, and say, get to know you, I suppose. I know that I said your stories haven't spread far and wide, and the truth is I know very little about what you've been up to for any amount of your life, but the knowledge that you called on our mistress is no secret among her followers now.
Oh,
Becomes something of a hot name. In fact, I'm somewhat surprised that no one else has beaten me to it.
Well, unless you count Delphine, but I think Delphine was called on directly by Mistress, so...
Indeed, although Delphine is... I've never met her personally, but I know those who have, and, well, she's part of the reason that people are so interested.
Oh.
Is she? Oh, well, I never took her to be a blabbermouth.
A huge gossip, actually.
Oh, really?
Actually, that makes a lot of sense.
So
Well,
what
okay.
have you heard from her?
Yeah.
I've heard
Or
that you're
people
bold,
who have heard...
daring, fearless, that you travel on a ship, takes you anywhere you want to go, and that you're not scared of going anywhere.
For the most part.
Yeah, I think you've got
Yeah.
it.
Can I insight check which part of that statement she's most invested in?
Go ahead and make an insight check.
Thank you.
For the sake of, I suppose, telling a story, all of those adjectives are suitable.
15.
She also rolls a 15. There doesn't seem to really be much emphasis that you can glean on anything specifically.
Okay.
But beyond all that, I say fearless. It's become clear that you're somewhat of a special interest to the mistress herself.
Really?
I suppose. Well, I suppose that's my fault. I
hear that that's
suppose
probably
it,
true.
I don't know if fearlessness is necessarily the right descriptor, because you can very well apply stupid to that as well, because it really all started when I decided to look into a portal into the 200 and something whatever layer of abyss.
Yeah. Virla, are we in more trouble? Did something else
She
happen?
takes out her notebook and writes something down when you say that.
Yeah, well,
222nd layer.
222nd, yes. I don't think so. It really should just be me if anyone is in trouble.
Okay.
Certainly no one's in trouble.
Okay.
I apologize if I gave you that idea. I know that I
No,
swept
it's
in here
not
somewhat
you. Don't worry.
mysteriously, but
There have been trust issues in the ship, and I say that as the person who has been the main propagator of these trust issues.
It's just we keep getting blindsided by things that we don't know are happening, and then Virla's like, yeah, so a few months ago, I made a god hang out with me.
well, that's
Yes.
just
And
the
then
drama.
we...
Just write something down in the notebook
I don't
again.
mean it.
All of this
I
is on the
don't
record.
normally
So he
live for
hasn't
the
done it in like days at this point. It's fine, but
I've
you know,
really
I have
tried.
to check.
And I appreciate you holding me to it then, Kyana. But yes, no, we were on a mission related to Finbar's old guild, the Searing Tongue, and it found us in Bitopia. But then we very quickly had to make our way to Sigil, but we had expended our one and only plane shift of the day, and so our quick ticket back to Sigil was gone. In our haste to ad hoc modify the ship, I had pulled on enough magic energy to peer through the weave and see Mistra herself, and that was kind of the start of it all.
Not a bad start, I have to say. I never would have guessed. I thought it started sometime later. She writes something else down. Also, when you mentioned this, the Searing Tongue, there's like a moment of recognition where she like clearly knows what it is and makes a connection to Finbar being a good cook.
Oh, cool.
So,
Yeah, so the madness that was induced when I looked into Shadakla, amplified by some other personal things that were going at the time, as well as the knowledge that I had caught the attention of perhaps the most magical, powerful magic being in all the planescape. When I got my hands on a wish ring, I immediately took advantage of it and used it to call upon her services to find my old crew.
that's the part of the story that I have heard.
Yes.
From who?
People
I
who have
told
heard
you,
from Delphine, most likely.
It's been passed around. Delphine spoke of it a little bit, but there are members of the Starry Quill penning stories as we speak. I thought it prudent to perhaps be the one with the most accurate information, and perhaps the one who might have an in for any future ones that might be penned.
So then began my, let's say, contract with Mistra in exchange for helping her find my old crew. She would avail of me at a time that she would deem fit. And so the former had been fulfilled, and I have yet to be called upon the latter.
Be called upon. Well, that will be something to see when it happens, I'm certain. Don't take the wrong intention. I'm not here to call upon you today. Don't worry.
I will admit I fully thought that was what was happening.
I'm not near important enough for a business like that. I have a suspicion with everything that's going on, you'll get a call from someone a little bit... She points up.
I see.
That'd
I'm
be
only
fun.
tangentially privy to that information, so I can't say for sure.
Right, you and I both.
Well, as long as she doesn't
But-
send us to actual hell, it'll be more fun than the last one.
A third time.
Da, da, da.
Third time wouldn't be too bad.
Another good story, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Sadly, she, you notice, she's finished all the cookies at this point. She pushes it around. Sadly, as I did say, I must be going. I know this is rather short and surprising. Unfortunately, I have many other places to go. She stands up and gives a deep theatrical bow. And she says, but expect me to come calling on you sometime in the future. And now that we've met, I'll never be too far away. And then she gives you a wink to say, she is sending.
Ah.
Yes.
The paranoia.
We all know the I
I'm
have
not sure
sending.
how...
Yeah.
I'm not sure how fiercely you abide by your first out the gate sort of policy, but if anyone else from the Starry Tongue were to come and ask questions, do I...
Sorry, Quill.
Starry Quill?
What did I say?
Searing tongue.
Starry
tongue.
Oh,
No, certainly. Speak to
Sorry,
them.
Quill. Yeah.
It's not a competition. I mean,
In
it's
spite
beyond
of-
this friendly sort.
Okay.
Real quick,
I
before
guess
you
I'm-
leave. So sorry. I
Yeah.
know you guys are busy. Have you heard the term Oralanwe before?
Go ahead. That's
Nice.
I would say she's proficient in history. Let's go ahead and
Give me those tasty
history
notes,
check.
baby.
Good shit, Red.
My season now.
She kind of bites her lip. Sorry, but I can't say that I have.
That's okay. It was a long shot anyway, but thanks.
She kind of peers at you for a moment, thinks better of saying something.
Another
Looks at
story
Virla.
for another time.
If you
She does that deep, at this point, does the deep theatrical bow, and she says, so, I suppose, with any luck, I'll be seeing you again soon.
Looking forward to it.
we're
Yes.
around.
As much as you might not like it, I think if you had to sneak your way to get in here, you might have to sneak your way to get out.
I'll figure something out.
Best of luck.
Thank you, it's appreciated. She turns to go. She goes, oh, one more thing. This is always a strange question to ask, I recognize, but I don't suppose that you happen to have, a title
6
or
fingers
a
on your right
moniker,
hand.
Virla?
Oh, that's
It works
great.
better for the stanza, if there's something to add after a name, or to use in place of it even. No
How
pressure.
about I sending you one that's fitting for everything that's happened to me in the last however many years?
That sounds perfect.
Goodbye.
Well, next time then. You watch. She strides out confidently down the gangplank, I don't know if you watch her or follow her, but she just goes right to
I'm
the
watching
entrance
her.
and walks past Kazar at the
That's all right.
thing and just like gives a little wave as she does. Dani, you watch this half elf that you've never seen in your life, with a flute and like a flower quill, just walk past you, smiling, with no acknowledgement that you exist.
Do you work here?
She doesn't turn around. She's just walking. She brings her hand up and just does a wave from behind. Just keeps going.
Perfect.
Daniel will yell over to
Alright.
Kazar, be like, "We got a live one," and then just keep walking back towards the ship.
All right.
People break into the heap sometimes. It's
The first sending we get is from her in brass jail. Like, so.
Looks like I got a story to add to my own books.
Yeah.
And
That time I got arrested, getting the scoop of a lifetime.
All right, Dani, you head back to the ship. Everyone's just standing on the deck. I assume a little confused.
once I kind of regain my bearings, I'm gonna actually leave and go find Roy, because I am gonna eventually do what Otto had asked me.
So Kyana and Finbar are just like, what was
Down.
that?
Daniel will
man.
chuck the bags of 500 gold at everybody. Who?
Yeah. Well, let's, Dani and Virla, you guys kind of meet up. As Virla's coming down, Dani, you are coming back, and you guys run into each other. As you're currently looking for Roy, Virla, and Dani, you're coming back from your meeting with Otto.
Sorry, I got sidetracked. I'm looking for Roy right now.
Didn't happen to be anything to do with the random half-elf walking around who did not look like they were a normal patron of the heap, did it?
Oh no, it had everything to do with it. From what I can tell, and Kyana can attest to it, there was nothing untoward or suspicious about it. Seemed
Why
like a
can I
journalist
attest
more
to
than
that?
anything.
Whatever. It's... As long as it
Sorry.
didn't come with a plot hook. Here's your gold.
Thanks.
Tell Roy he's gonna need the extra strong adhesive on this one.
Man, if only we had some universal adhesive, huh?
Don't get me fucking started, man.
Sovereign globe.
Speaking of plot hook, you guys are standing there facing each other. You can see like the entrance to the heap in kind of like in the background where Catriona just left, and you hear coming from that direction here.
Cowboy mummy!
The mummy?
Cowboy mummy!
You see striding in atop a fiendish nightmare, this old-ass mummy that Virla, you, and Dani now both recognize from the casino. Amun the Ancient,
Oh, I
dressed in
very
tattered...
hastily form my wizard hat into something of a Stetson again.
He has to think you're cool.
Yeah.
It's
Dani
important.
will start to be like, oh shit, and then start to run over and then be like, no, I gotta look cool when I do this, and so sort of skip for a second before slowing down to more of trying to look
Make
like
a charisma check.
Oh boy.
Virla laughs at that.
Oh boy.
ooh, a natural 5 plus 1 6.
Yeah.
thought you were the face of the party.
you're not the most insightful, but it's very uncool. It's very unsmooth.
Slick.
Brutal. Absolutely devastating.
You watch as you run, skip, shuffle, walk, and then come to a stop. The nightmare saunters up to you, kind of whinnies, and turns broadside so the mummy, instead of looking over the horse's head, is looking down to his right at you. He gives a tip of the hat.
I go to tip what is not there and then realize I have no hat and so stop.
I tip my hat.
He gives a grunt and looks at Virla, and then he looks down at Dani, says, "Not here." Actually, what does his voice even sound like? That was last episode. I can't even
last
remember anymore.
episode.
It was like...
Come on, man.
Here's
Run
the
it
thing that
back.
you gotta remember, is that I don't get to listen back to them. I just do a voice, and then I have to remember it.
You're
You're the only one who would have that audio
thing.
besides Sophia.
Yeah. It was kind of like yeah, imagine coming from beyond the grave, kind of like a husk voice. So
Yeah.
I'm not one to do small chat. Are you interested in a rematch?
What?
Dani sort of glances back towards the ship, thinks over the last couple days. Yeah, I think I could be persuaded.
You see, reaches into the bandages and pulls out a little disc, like a little. How to describe it? It looks very much like when you guys, if you remember in season 1, you used to have to find portals a lot. And there were like little imagery discs. It's like an artificer thing. It's a little disc. It's a little metal discus with a little gem in it, and it can like do a projection stuff. He flips it to you, Dani, and he says, "Got word. Big one was happening. 2 days time. I'll be there. See you there if you can." Starts to walk and then says, "Interesting prize you'll find.
It's a hat.
Best of luck."
It's a hat. It's just the hat.
Dani will just sort of like nod as he's walking out, like, yeah.
Just walks out, fiery hoof prints as he goes. You take a look down at this little silver and red disc. And as you do, there's an illusion, a minor illusion, programmed into this, but it is not of the visual. The visual variety is an auditory. So basically, there's a recording in here. As you are an artificer, you know how to activate it. You hear coming from it it sounds like the roaring of wind, and then a muffled voice from inside, or like shouting through the wind, says, "Come on, come all, test your luck in Pandemonium.
Damn it!
Show us if you're the fastest in all the planescape.
Yeah.
The prize,
Damn it!
the ability to go anywhere you damn well wish."
We're going to the dimension that drives you insane?
Drives you insane.
Damn it!
The race starts, and then it gives the planescape date, which is 2 days from now.
Oh, fuck.
2 days. Race starts. Meet in Asylum. Anyone who dares, test your luck.
Does it say if it's like spelljammer size stuff is racing or like motorcycle stuff is racing? I assume motorcycle, but I don't honestly know.
It doesn't specify. I mean, the guy who you raced on who was on horseback did just invite you to race against him. So
Yeah, that's what okay.
Virula, go ahead and make me a history check,
Sure.
or Arcana. I mean,
19.
19. Yes. So, Pandemonium is the first layer of Pandemonium, which is 1 click on the
Oh my
clock
goodness.
lower than Limbo. It is chaotic neutral, trending towards
Oh, no.
evil. It's
Okay.
halfway between chaotic evil and chaotic neutral. So Pandemonium is the first layer, and Asylum is, as far as you know, the only like civilization there. But you've never been,
Well,
so what you know
I'm
about
gonna-
it is limited.
just gonna tell Dani, well, I'm gonna find Roy a little bit faster now because I think we're gonna have to get this thing going in 2 days.
Yeah. Don't tell him that there's another race involved.
That's not what I was thinking, but sure.
I gotta go look at some stuff.
Let me know if you need any help. But you probably don't. Goodbye. Just go again.
Oh, God.
You get Roy. For the sake of things, let's say it's going to take you, better day, maybe a little more to get there. So you have a day of preparation
Okay.
and brass. If there's anything anyone would like to get done.
How is this being explained to us?
Dani
That's what I would
spends
love to know from
the
Dani.
better part of the walk back to the ship, like re-listening to the disc and thinking it over. I can't go without them because I need them on the ship to get to Pandemonium. I guess we'll see how this conversation goes. I don't know if everyone's on the ship.
Yeah, no, Finbar's just hanging out, chilling.
Yeah, we're just chilling.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so she seemed pretty sincere, but she definitely had some kind of ulterior motive.
I don't know. She's
Couldn't quite figure out what it was.
she's elf, magic type, always kind of up to some sort of trick. It seems like she just wanted some stories, and we gave her some, not too much. And this
Yeah.
doesn't seem like the kind of thing that's going to bite us. in.
Yeah. I mean, when she asked if he had like a specific title, that felt like she already knew the answer to that question.
That was definitely kind of weird.
Yeah, has Virla said anything about that to you?
Title? No, nothing like that.
Okay, awesome. This is probably fine.
It's fine.
I'm sure if it's a problem, we'll find out soon enough anyway.
Yeah, that's how problems tend to pop up. Hey, speaking
Oh,
of...
Hey! You're back!
Yeah.
Speaking of problems popping up, Dani enters.
I got invited to go race in Pandemonium, and I'm gonna go race in Pandemonium one way or another, so do you guys want to come
Whoa.
or no?
Yeah!
Oh,
What's Pandemonium?
In Pandemonium. Yeah, no, I'll be down for something like that as long as I'm not out there. We'll do our best to support you.
Great. Be ready to leave in like 24 hours, because we gotta
24.
get there pretty quickly.
Cool.
This is just like...
Do we need anything first? Supplies? Pandemonium, does it set you on fire or something?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
That's good.
We're probably fine then.
And this ain't attached
Go
to
to
a
a
job
universe
or
whose
anything,
physics you don't know at all.
No one's told me.
right? This ain't
This
attached...
isn't technically a job,
Okay.
so just keep it on the DL.
Gotcha. All right, we can do that.
Cool.
And where's Virla?
He went to find Roy. The thing he was supposed to do originally before you guys found an inciting incident walking around.
She seemed like a fan.
I don't really care, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, that's fair.
Alright.
Okay, I think I'm gonna go and see if we can get any supplies, and I'll be back in a bit.
All right. So, Dani, are you going to be? Do you have any specific tasks in mind? Or are you going to be working on the ship for this day?
I actually would like to work on the bike just to see if I couldn't, like, give it a little extra juice in the day. Look,
Okay.
I'm reading over the stats now to see if there's anything specific, but I don't have anything particularly in mind.
Go ahead and give me an artificer tools check. Roy will work on fixing the ship, so whoever has the Prosper stats in front of them, I believe it's 1d10 plus something for...
I think it's plus,
repair
like, an
to-
artificer thing.
1d8 plus the spellcasting modifier of the caster.
Gotcha. So Roy does know, like, mending.
Alright.
He's basically think of like an Eberron artificer, or like someone from Eberron where it's like, they're not a spellcaster, but they do this so often, they've learned like 2 cantrips that they can cast. So he's going to do 1d8 plus his spellcasting modifier. So you're going to get back 7 hit points for the Prospera.
Cool.
Hey.
We were down like
254.
200, right?
Yeah.
254 out of 400.
You guys watch it, like, you show it to him, and, like, a bead of sweat immediately starts rolling down his face. He's a fire genasi, he shouldn't be hot, and he just, like, runs
he's
runs
plenty
off.
hot.
He's, like, running all that... Showing your Cressida. He starts, like, running around, like...
Someone had to rep her, she's not here.
He'll, like, to the point where, like, he'll, like, run 20 feet to pick up a hammer and sprint back to where he was just standing.
Roy, you're not gonna fix this all in one day. It's okay. You don't. It's
That's
okay.
the problem!
Yeah, no, I get
Fix
that.
it all in one day, it only need one day.
Yeah,
only
I
need one
get
day.
that. Yeah. I think you're just gonna have to accept that it's gonna be broken for a bit, buddy. I'm sorry.
Danny's gonna be so sad.
Yeah. You might want to talk to her. I don't know.
Anyone who would be down the hold would hear, like, manic giggling and the untarping of a bike at that exact moment.
Oh, she seems
I
alright.
don't know if I want to talk to her right now, honestly.
Maybe not right now. She's.
Roy hasn't put 2 and 2 together with the bike sounds and the Dani not fixing her baby because she's busy with her other baby. Her more favorite baby.
His best stat's charisma.
Ah, good point.
Roy is the looks of the heap, not the brains. It's on his character
Kyana,
sheet.
what kind of supplies are you looking to procure in the City of Brass?
I think just like, okay, this is kind of a spur of the moment. We're going to a new dimension. Honestly, I'm gonna find like the first shopkeep that sells anything like Planescape traveling stuff, and it's like, so for Pandemonium, what would you recommend? I am about to get scammed, baby.
Go ahead, make. Oh God! First, you gotta find someone. Make an investigation check, because it's not just looking; it's having to suss it out.
Oh boy,
Make an investigation check, and then we're gonna roll a charisma check.
I'm
You roll
so
su-
good at this. It's
You roll super low.
int-based.
Look, there's a Planescape shop right here outside of Brass, and it's not suspicious in the slightest.
That's an 11.
Okay. You come to the store that's, like, labeled, like... actually, it's labeled in Ignan. It's labeled in Primordial. I don't know if you speak Primordial.
I do not.
Cool. You have no
But if
idea
it was
what the shop is
Quarry,
called.
I'd be set.
But it looks... It...
Uh-huh.
Sorry, I find that very funny. You
One
go,
of these days
know,
you'll give me
it looks
something,
well
right?
outfitted. There's like the fire equivalent of snowshoes outside for like walking on big piles of ash and stuff like that. You're like, oh
great.
yeah, like this is a good travel store.
Yeah.
You go inside, and without getting too into the weeds of it, the store is run by a what's the word I'm looking for? A salamander.
Ooh.
And so just like a big lizard guy who's kind of see-through and transparent, and you like explain what you're doing, and this guy has like vaguely heard of Pandemonium, and he offers you goggles, things that you know already has access to, goggles and wax to put in your ears.
Oh, so it's
Like
a
it's
sound
just a big
thing.
Yeah, just like a big like ball of like wax, and he puts it in a little tin for you.
That's so nice. I'm ready to be overcharged.
Cool, yeah.
Odyssey.
4 gold
flashbacks.
pieces. That's an overcharge, by the way.
Okay, sure, fine.
Oh no. This
Yeah,
person who has
goggles
no
and wax
concept
to
of
shove in
money
your
is
ears.
given an abundance
God.
of it.
I never spend it on anything, and you guys don't take it away from me.
Kyana stealthing.
I currently have over 6,000
You
gold.
gotta do something
on
with
my
it.
Oh my
person.
goodness.
But I'm pretty much
Alright.
impossible to mug, so it works out.
Uh,
The other thing I would like to do is I would like to try and find something that will cheer Dani up, like a really cool hat.
like a really cool hat.
Really cool
I
hat.
don't
Right
like the
next
facial
next to
expression
With a-
of
the store is a
with a
little
feather,
tourist shop
get a feather.
with like,
Guys
I
gotta
went to
earn it.
Brass and survived.
Yep, feather, like a fake mohawk on a hood. I don't know.
Spider-Punk.
What would be a good... Most of the things here that they sell are like head coverings for traveling in heat, right? So they tend to be like lightweight and kind of like shawl-like, right?
You're telling me the city
the
of Brass
sun.
doesn't have a fashion district?
That's a good question, actually. They
I
would,
thought this was
but
the opulence,
they-
gems,
they-
and silks dimension.
You're correct. They do, but I mean, I guess there are fashionable hats. We're betraying Austin's lack of fashionable knowledge, because my first thought is it's the city of fire genies and Genasi, who don't really need to keep the sun in any dimension off of their face at all.
No, of course
So
not.
hats, but it is like it is a thing that would exist, and there would probably be some circles. Go ahead and roll me another investigation check.
Oh boy, here we go. And I'm keeping in mind Dani's aesthetic sense, so the rattier the
Yeah.
better.
You don't have to go to the fashion district at all.
No.
18.
18.
Mwah. Thanks, purple dye.
You do find there is someone who's kind of like hawking wares from there's a more multicultural sense of fashion here, right? So a lot of Brass fashion does not have anything you're looking for, but there's a more multicultural sense of fashion in this place.
Perfect.
They have like really nice looking kind of like scuba stuff for if you go to the plane of water. Keep in mind that you can theoretically walk to any of the other planes from any other elemental planes from here. They are all like weirdly connected. So there's like a lot of people who just kind of travel between those, who would consider traveling to outer planes like kind of like sci-fi and crazy, right? They're like, oh, you get there, whereas here they're like, I can just walk there, as opposed to like, you know, people in the Prime Material would be like, that's crazy. You can walk from a land of fire to a land of air. That's, you know, that's insane.
Right.
But you know, to them that's very mundane. But there are you find fashion from the plane of air here, which is probably the most hospitable of any of the planes. So there's a there's a lot of feathers involved with things, right?
Perfect.
There's a lot of gemstones involved. So if you want a hat that is sort of narrow-brimmed, high up with I don't even know, what would Dani like?
Cowboy
I know
hat.
Dani wants a cowboy hat. Here's the thing.
I think like
we can
the
cut
closer...
this out, but I know
Yeah.
you want a cowboy hat. But I feel like Dani also wants to earn a cowboy hat.
Earn a cowboy.
So
Yeah.
Is it actually the reward?
Well, the thing is, like,
the
it's
prize
also
isn't a
got...
cowboy
What if
hat.
it's...
I think if we knock somebody out severely enough and steal their hat, Dani would be happy with that. I
enough.
also
What?
think Kyana has no idea that Dani wants a cowboy hat.
No one does.
No.
Except maybe
You
Virla.
find a hat that has, it's a nice velvet. It's got a good fold to it. The brim is kind of folded up so it doesn't keep the sun off of your face. But it's not too ostentatious either. So there's you can get kind of like a nice cock to it. And
So it's got like a piratey vibe.
It's got kind of a piratey vibe, a little
like
more.
something Tavian would wear in his backup wardrobe.
It's a little bit if Davian was trying to be a little more low key.
Perfect. That sounds great. I feel like Dani will love bullying him in this hat.
Fantastic.
I'll take it.
Cool. 20 gold
Oh,
pieces.
Roger that.
Now you're getting scammed.
That's fine.
I figured Kyana doesn't. This is not Kiana's bag to try and sort that out.
No.
Cool, yeah.
If
okay.
they didn't want me to get scammed, they should have sent me with a supervisor to watch my purchases.
Yeah, I should have
So I
been
come
there.
back with
It's
like
very
snacks
grog
and
buying
like
the potions.
very expensive earplugs and a really nice hat.
A shirt that says "I heart grass."
Yeah, exactly.
I heart Gil.
I heard Gil shirts
Yeah.
still are. Someone who's not us has bought that. At least one person
One
out
other
there
person
has.
has bought that shirt.
Yeah.
Oh my
Does
God.
before we get to Dani fixing the bike, Finbar's are
Really quick, I guess I would have been able to pick up the diamond dust in Sigil, right? Perfect.
Yeah, definitely. As much diamond dust as you want. Go ahead.
Cool.
Consider
mark
it
off
done.
3. And then while I'm here in Brass, I will find the most expensive, mundane adventuring item in the PHB. I'd like a spyglass.
Fantastic. Spyglass is
opera
definitely a
goggles
thing
for viewing
procurable
the
here.
race.
I believe it's 1,000
Correct.
gold pieces.
Jesus.
Yeah.
It's insane. Well, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Is it grants
Does it have
a
any
static
point?
advantage to perception checks. So
Ooh.
theoretically, it's actually like a very good magic item. Also, it's a holdover from an old edition when 10-foot poles were useful because you had to tap the. Anyway,
Sure.
Oh,
it's,
yeah.
It's part of the It's part of the long legacy of D&D having equipment when the game has completely outstripped the need for
Right.
mundane equipment. Like it's crazy
relic.
that bedroll is the thing that you have to manually write on your character sheet. Like, to what purpose would you need to know that you have a
I
bedroll?
always go out of my way to try and make sure that all of those items that they force you to add at the beginning when you take a kit get used.
Well, it's fun at low levels to get a chance to use them, but they very quickly become, outstripped. And even then, pythons and grappling hook and things like
I should
that.
have clarified.
These are somewhat
Not
useful
used
things.
as intended.
Bedroll. Bedroll. Anyway, go ahead, get your spyglass. Dani, I would love a tools check if you haven't already done it.
Yeah, I rolled a
Bike.
natural 19 plus 12, so that would be a 31,
There we
baby. Let me juice
Fantastic.
up this bike.
Give me a sec. I believe that there is, or does it, I believe it gives you a DC for, or does it say you can use your Artificer DC?
AC 23,
Well,
19 while stationary, speed, damage threshold, and sub threshold.
I'll give you a choice. Is Dani working to improve its speed, its durability, or its power? Power in terms of like magical ability. Pick a category.
Speed.
Gotta go fast.
All right.
I go real
Gotta
fast.
go fast.
Speed 100. We'll add an extra. Sorry, what was the total? You rolled natural
31.
19 plus 31. Yeah, okay. So we'll make that just a flat 150 foot speed.
I would have gone for the jump jacks from Speed Racer, but it already has a jump speed, so.
It does have a jump ability.
That I'm just gonna say is
but-
already that.
Yes, and the Anarch Sphere has abilities. So, anyway, fantastic.
Yeah.
24 hours elapses. You guys take care of your things. Are you ready to travel to Pandemonium?
Yes.
Could I, at the end of the first day, before we
Please.
fly, ritual cast contact other plane?
Yes. Where are you doing this? I assume in your room?
Yeah, in my room.
Virla,
Doing it at the end of the day because I might not work. It might not work.
you set out the materials needed the runes scrawled on the floor, where, if I remember, you've done it once before here as well, right?
I've done it twice.
Yeah,
Well,
okay, so
one-
twice,
yeah.
yeah. So
Once in my
you
room,
know,
but it
you know
didn't
exactly where everything goes now. Go ahead and make your intelligence roll. Or save, I think
Yes.
it is.
Yep. Okay. But what do I add?
Your intelligence save should
Intelligence.
be your intelligence plus your proficiency bonus, so that's 9 or 10 at this level?
4 plus
You rolled
4.
four.
8? Okay.
Oh,
Oh, I
buddy.
just make it then. Because I rolled
okay.
a 7, so that's a 15.
Gotcha, okay. There's a moment where you kind of feel like you've got one foot on a boat and 1 foot on land kind of sensation, where you're like, I'm not sure which way this is going to pull me, but you manage to get both feet on land or on the boat, whichever's the better place in this metaphor, and steal your way through. You again find yourself sort of standing in this like spacious library down. There's like this kind of veranda there, and looking out you can see what looks like a city, except upon closer inspection, if you were to observe, it is buildings that are like bookshelves, basically. Like it's a huge massive city that is a library, that spans out, and you're clearly in some sort of palace or tower or something raised above, looking out. And as you do, almost weirdly, like she wasn't in your peripheral and then is. It's not like she teleports. There's almost this weird sense of like she was standing there, but you didn't notice, and then she stepped right in front of you, and you suddenly were very aware of her. Mistra stands before you and just gives a little smile. It's yours to begin.
This isn't a question, but I wanted to say that I ran into someone from the Starry Quill, and it was very odd, but also kind of... that's all. I don't know.
Dear Mistra.
Today I had an interview.
If there was a word to describe Pandesmos of Pandemonium, besides windy, what would it be?
Considers for a moment. Unrelenting.
What would be the most... Okay, this is gonna be... I'm using Mister to figure out anything that I can about Pandemonium's environment. If one were to race in Pandesmos, what would be the most... What would be the most... What environmental... What concern about the plane should one be most considerate of besides... Oh man, this is getting too... I'll leave it at that. What environmental concern about Pandemonium should one be considerate of if they're going to be racing in Pandemonium?
She gives you like an odd look and then goes,
I don't know!
the wind?
Alright, fine. Fair enough.
It's like a little like smile, shake head.
I mean, she chose you. She signed up for this.
He chose her, kind of.
Well, yeah, but
trying.
she stuck around.
I just want to help my friend, but I don't know
He
how.
hitched his carriage to this horse, and the
Yeah,
horse has
yeah.
just been like, well,
Guess he's my
I guess
chosen
this
one
carriage
now.
will do.
I don't suppose you could use your influence to make Dani win the race, could you?
Come on, man.
Yes, but now.
Okay. What is it, 2 more?
Yes.
Oh shit, is that one more now?
Nah. I did it.
We all saw the D&D movie.
How...
Called on a god, had no idea what he's gonna talk about.
Do you like cake? Question mark.
How soon will I be called upon to fulfill the thing that you have set forth for me? Not as a procrastination. No, I'll shut up now.
She looks over your shoulder like she's staring at something. And then looks back to you. Soon.
Okay. Final question.
But there's a concern and anxiousness there. It's
Okay.
not... It's cryptic, obviously, but it's not cryptic to be cryptic. It's cryptic because she doesn't know the exact answer herself.
Okay.
She's not trying to mislead. She's trying to inform. She doesn't know everything.
I understand. Where could one find or have found Olaranwe?
On the ship.
Shut up! No! Don't give him ideas!
Where could one found? Let me check up, because... let me check the nature of the spell. I believe...
If the entity doesn't know the answer to the question, you can say something like, unclear.
No, she knows the answer, but you asked a very broad question, right?
Yeah.
Because
yeah.
An answer like yes or no is not the question you're asking, but also it says like if a one-word answer would be misleading, you can use a short phrase. But you have asked a very wide-ranging question, right? That has many possible answers, and so she's trying to solve the best one.
Fair enough.
Those who are most well acquainted with the astral sea.
That's not helpful. Because I can only think of one race of the... I don't say that out loud. That's not Verla, that's Noir.
Make a history check for me.
Well, I'm thinking either the Gith or the Astral Elves.
There you go.
Yeah. So that's a 21.
Gith or astral elves.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. I promise the next time I do this, I'll have more prepared questions.
No, you do not.
That's for you to decide, Vila. And then you, before you can say anything else, pull back to your room.
Okay.
All right.
I would have liked to, at some
Yeah.
point, talk to Roy during the day while we're both working on repairs for various things.
Cool, yeah. He's, like, working feverishly, and you can go find him.
Oi, Roy.
Yeah. Oh,
You missed a spot,
Yeah.
but,
I know I missed a spot. You turn, it's just like, we've been up close on the camera, you see he's, like, putting in one board, and then you pull out, and there's, like, a huge hole, and he's got one board in the middle of it.
Oh.
I'll hand him a Dani. Take mercy on him.
Do you just carry this around?
No.
Do they sponsor you?
I pick up a 6-pack every time we're back
I
in
get
brass.
sponsored?
No. I don't really sponsor money. What are you talking about?
You know your D&D
check.
fantasy to have to chase sponsors around? A thing you want to play in a fantasy game?
Yeah, me, the producer of the show specifically, wants to also
Exactly.
continue to be the producer of the show in a fantasy world. You remember the time I went we went drag racing in the middle of the city of brass?
Yes, I remember it every night in my dreams.
Great. You want to come with me again, but this time it's in
Thanks, but yeah.
Pandemonium?
Yes, yes.
Make a perception check. That's him, by the way. He does that.
Oh, poor guy.
Natural 20. Plus
No fucking
5.
way.
So
I
25.
think Otto may kill me.
I mean, he'd have to kill me first is the thing, and we both know that that's way harder to do.
A mutually assured destruction, that's right. Kind of like rubs his chin.
I could really use a pit crew and someone who kind of gets the sort of things you gotta look out for in a situation like this. I like my crewmates.
Are you
but
sure that I'm the
they're-
guy?
I like my crewmates a lot, but they never had to kind of try and survive the stuff that we grew up dealing with. I don't think that they quite know how to act normal or blend in seedier stuff. And I think you,
And I'm the guy?
yeah, everyone likes you. You're Roy.
You're making a lot of sense, actually.
Plus, if you don't,
All
I'll
right,
tell
all
Sadie
right.
and Marty that you probably hooked up with Cressida.
Oh, I already told them.
Ah.
Probably.
He's been telling everybody.
Probably.
Definitely.
He's been telling everybody. Are you kidding me?
Bro, I gotta tell you about my hot bounty hunter girlfriend and her sick-ass giant spider.
No, look, it's not like I go into, like, details or anything. I'm not, that would be, like,
gross.
crude and an you
hooked up with Cressida?
breach of trust.
Weirdo.
But
You didn't know?
it's possible you and I have different eyes, but, our vision works differently.
Ugh.
Anyway, let me go pack both my shirts.
Oh, he won't need them where we're going.
Hey,
In
goggles.
today's news, DM talks up the hotness of other DM character. Using first hot DM character.
Me to me. But I'm sexy, though. Dani would also like to let Otto know that they are leaving, so they're not, like, running out in the middle of the day.
Keep an ear out for the sending stone. I'll let you know if a job comes up.
Copy that. I'm taking Roy with me, by the way. Try not to kill him when he gets back.
Walks out the door.
I won't have you roll persuasion. We'll just... You've already rolled a natural 20, so we'll just imagine you back out before he has any chance to respond. All right. Ship
It's enrichment.
kind of fixed. Wax for your ears procured. Friend himbo on board.
Divine
Anything else?
confirmation
Himbo
that
on
it's
board bumper sticker.
divine
I'll
confirmation
open
that
the
it's
file
fucking
again.
windy.
The himbo is my
Yeah,
co-pilot.
Divine being petitioned to ask about how to win a street race.
Done.
and confirmation that
What's
Asking
the
if
worst
she'll
thing
cheat
about
for
the
you.
world of wind? The wind.
I don't know.
Oh, baby.
Have
Oh fuck! I should have asked her where Pandemonium portal is.
We can
Bro.
find
you have there's coordinates
Yeah.
in the
There's
thing.
coordinates
You've
on it.
recognized
Yeah.
this
Okay,
before.
okay.
There's ways to get to a portal that will drop you off near Asylum.
Inspector Detector has just shown up at
okay.
our house to give me the invitation to the Grand Prix. Now it comes with instructions.
Let me just double check the stars.
It'd be pretty fun. The
Or
rest
is
of the
he-
session
is he-
just
is he Togepi?
trying to find
Yeah.
out how to get there.
It takes a while. We get there late. It's over.
Asks Astral Sea Cop, you can't get there from here. Fantastic.
You're going 5 knots and a 4 knot zone.
You guys know how to get there. Is there any interlude or roleplay you would like to accomplish during the trip to Pandemonium? If not, we're going to Star Wars wipe right there.
Roy and I will don our matching leather jackets / bomber jacket with various different patches on each of them, but I did buy him a matching one after the last race.
Hell yeah.
It's the uniform.
Yes.
Daddy's got
Daddy use the hat?
tighter pants on. Not like the coveralls
it-
tied up anymore. It's like more of a look, hip holster, all that stuff. But
You get a red neckerchief. You get a red neckerchief.
bandana
It's
for
windy.
the face mask.
It's windy.
Kyana.
So is like Pandemonium a nice place?
It's a little rough around the edges.
It'll be fun.
I think that plane is where we derive the name of, the general term for chaos and upheaval and
You learn
craziness.
something new every day.
Do you think they're connected?
Oh, right.
I love him so much. Kyana, I really appreciate that every time you think I'm a little down, you go and get me a cosmetic item to change my appearance with, but, as respectfully as possible, next time can you just buy me a drink or something?
But you already have all those Dannies stored up in the hold. I thought that would be redundant.
It's gonna be the windiest plane in existence, and you just gave me a really floppy hat.
Oh no. You're right. I didn't know it was windy. Okay, I'll just hold on to
I'm
it.
gonna put
Can
it...
we circle back to the expired
Hold on,
Dani you might have fed me?
Don't worry about it. You've drinking way worse in the past. I'm gonna hang this in the engine room, though.
Drinking?
I do really appreciate the thought.
Oh, I'm glad. Maybe Plug will have fun with it.
Yeah.
He's always
You
hanging
know
out in
what?
the engine
I'll
room,
let him
putting on hats.
wear it if
Just
he wants.
nails it to the wall and Plug sits in it.
So, what's happening here? I have no idea. I've not been present for any of
We're
these.
going on a
so
race, right?
Yeah.
we are spectating. We are watching Dani.
I don't really know
don't
what
know
what it's gonna be like when we get there. I assume that it's smaller land vehicle based racing, given that the Nightmare was what came and invited us, but invited me. Yeah, I want to drag race in the City of Brass, and I think the Mummy wants to.
Wait, what? You want to drag?
See if we can't.
You want to drag race?
This has come up. We've talked
Just
about
explain
this.
the jacket. Yeah.
That's why I got the jacket.
I think just with
Yeah,
us.
no, I yeah.
I think just you and me.
I think Finbar and Kyana might not have gotten that conversational memo. I don't remember.
Well, remember when we all went our separate ways very briefly, and
Yep.
Virla made a pact with the demon, and everyone else did other things.
Right.
Mine was
I do realize.
Less-
I know that we have to circle back to that first part eventually.
Uh-huh.
Let's continue.
yeah.
Roy's just sitting here like, what?
You guys got a crazy laugh, man.
Roy and I went and.
Oh, Roy, you should come to the gymnasium one of these days. It's so fun.
I'm just kind of naturally fit. I don't need to work out very much.
Oh, that's not the whole point.
I don't want to get too buff, you know.
I don't want to get too big, you know?
We don't need functional
No.
muscle in
Roy
the heat.
is our Spider-Man India. Yeah, I won the street race. It was a great time. Big win for everyone. It's that again, I think, but
And-
bigger scale this time.
And that's where y'all got the matching outfits.
I bought these with the winnings.
Okay, yeah, it looks cute. I like it. So we're gonna help
Pretty
you
cool.
win
Thanks.
this, right? Or you just want us to watch? Or how's this gonna go down?
I would like you guys to
I don't know
not
how
get
many people we
into
can fit on a
any
bike.
trouble. The bike has a maximum capacity of 2 people
Okay.
on it, and I don't know if anyone I really don't know a lot about this race other than I'm going to show up and be in it. So I don't know if Roy's going to be like a pit crew kind of situation or if I get a co-pilot or what it is. So
Some of us can shrink. Just saying.
We'll figure all that when we get there. It seems like
yeah.
Once we
Okay.
Danny's
load the
already
rules,
won
yeah.
one,
Yeah.
and I think that should be enough to help her win another one.
Yeah, absolutely.
I hope so. I've been working on the bike.
Yeah.
What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah. Good attitude, Roy.
Actually, now that I mention it, I think of like a lot of things.
I did add the
Oh, don't think too
ram's
hard about
that.
horns, so it has like a ram attack, and I think it'll be fine.
Ram
I don't
attack.
think you can. Can you call it a ram attack if you're just? I don't think they call
If
it.
I ram the
don't think they
bike into
consider
somebody
that.
else, I feel like that's a ram attack.
Right, but
Can't get
wouldn't
more
you
ram
also
attack
be
than that.
dealing mutual damage to your own vehicle?
Well, that's what the horns are for. Defense.
No, it's true. Horns negate damage.
Yeah.
Can't get hurt if you're
This is the
pointing.
law of the streets.
All right.
As
Okay.
old and as true as the sky.
It's so stupid.
With that, I think it's time we get going.
Yeah.
All right. Astral sea travel. Cut. You guys go through the portal, which I swear I had written down what the color was. Give me a second. You got my DMG here.
Austin, know the color of the portal before we go to it. Challenge 2K23.
Yeah, I thought
Impossible.
because I forgot the last time I thought I'd written it down, but let's see. Pandemonium. Magenta. Isn't that nice?
Aw,
Aw.
not red.
Through the magenta portal. It is dark when you emerge.
I don't like that.
But the darkness is not the first thing you notice. The first thing you notice is the noise. The ship's natural shielding prevents the worst of it. It keeps, the debris and things from immediately flying into your eyes and like your hair being blown back off of your heads. But even so, the shielding cannot prevent the deafening roar that hits your ears. There's literally none of you have ever heard a sound anything like this. It is difficult to think. It is so loud. It's like it's kind of like when you get the perfect balance of sound on your your AirPods, and it's just like it's coming from inside your head. It's not even like you're hearing it anymore.
Earplugs
It's just in your
time.
head. Your eyes begin to adjust, and this is a place with no natural light. So
Oh.
basically, you're in like a weird sensory deprivation tank where there is darkness beyond what anyone with dark vision can see, and you can hear nothing. While you're in this plane, you cannot hear any sound that is coming from more than 10 feet away from you, and even then, if you're speaking, you have to shout to each other.
Mister didn't fucking mention that it's goddamn dark.
What?
What?
Also, the gravity here. So you're currently in a tunnel, as best as you can tell. Those of you with dark vision, you're currently in a tunnel that has been carved out by the wind, and the gravity is directional. So everywhere is ground. Wherever you step in a tunnel, you can just walk all around. The outside of the tunnels is ground wherever you go. So it's kind of like you're all wearing spider climbing boots if you choose to get off the ship.
Probably not a good idea, but
I'm gonna summon Bing and just use him as a dark vision
Visor.
Yes.
You bring up Bing, Virla, from your spot at the helm, I assume. You're able to see up in a little bit of the distance through the dust that is being blown everywhere in the darkness. You see the outline of what look like man-made, the tunnel opens up into a cavernous space, and there look like buildings there.
All right, I guess I'll guide the ship in that direction.
Cool. You sail forward. The sails are, again, the wind being mostly deadened is keeping the sails from being just ripped off, but you can see the sails are full and then they come backwards. Fortunately, it's a magic ship, so you can just propel it forward, but the sails are kind of going crazy here. And you bring the ship in. As you approach, you all get to see the cavern, despite its size, is dominated by a collection of walls and towers and buildings that look like they've been carved from the very stone of the tunnels. For the, insightful among you, probably a necessity, as you guess that anything that's brought to this world that isn't from this world or magically protected probably gets stripped away pretty easily. In other words, if they brought wood from another plane to build houses, the wood would just get eroded away in days or weeks. The entire thing is, as you can kind of see from your vantage, there's a wall on the outside, but the entire thing is filled with walls, not in a disorienting maze on purpose, but as this way of just kind of this desperate attempt to block out wind. How successful that is, you won't know until you enter the city.
looks like we're here.
Look for a dock. I don't know if the invitation says anything specific about what part of the city to be in.
I feel like the invitation is even more impossible to hear now.
There's 3 spelljammers parked out front of various, there's a hammerhead shark one, and there's one that kind of looks like, it's not super like a beetle, it's more kind of abstract beetle, and there's one that kind of looks like this like a whelk.
Any of them look familiar to us?
No, you haven't seen any of these before. Correct. I mean, they're familiar in the sense that you've seen a lot of spelljammers going in and out of Sigil, so
Yeah.
None of these you're what could that be? But it's not like a ship you know.
Cool.
There's no Davian here.
No dragonfly in the mix.
Aww. I feel like his whippy little ship would just be instantly shredded.
Just holding his sword, dashing behind you.
Davian is my co-pilot.
Stop giving me bumper sticker radio.
This mummy is gonna unravel. What is he doing here?
I feel like that's exactly what would happen. He steps foot in Pandemonium and it catches a loose thread on his
He just becomes a pair of cartoon eyeballs in the hat.
He catches a thread on his shirt and just the whole thing, his big open billowy shirt just unravels as he runs. It's just shirtless.
We can't let him and Roy in the same room together. They're both completely different flavors of romantic lead.
The mummy?
No,
Davian.
Davian and Roy.
Okay, well, our brain is going in interesting places.
Unraveling in Pandemonium would also be very funny.
They really are like O'Connell and Jonathan. Switch the level of buffness, but anyway. So yeah, you guys park the ship. Reminder that you can park the ship, and anyone not attuned to it then can't take it away. So don't worry about it being stolen.
Yay! I wasn't
pay whatever dock fees there are.
There's no one here to collect dock fees.
Sweet.
There is, if you want to disembark, there is someone standing at the gate. Looks like a human. So to describe the dress going forward, the best I can equate it to is, in Thor Ragnarok when he crash lands and everyone's just wearing something insane.
Yeah.
That's, everyone here is dressed in different things, with the exception that they tend to be a lot of the clothing tends to be buckled down. Anything that's loose has been tied into a knot. Anything that is baggy has been belted. Things like that. The guard and many other people have just shaved heads, because presumably having hair here is just a nightmare.
Dani, you know how like wind,
Oh,
when you
Kyana.
blow on a fire, it'll like go down a little bit and then flare back up. Dani's hair looks crazy.
Yeah, Dani's hair looks crazy right now. So does Roy's, by the way.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. Virla is gonna stow his hat and tie his scarf up in more tightly.
You don't want to do the like
Yes, by the way,
scarf
if any
over
of you
top
want to
of the
put
hat
the-
tied under the chin kind of
I
look.
distinctly do not want to do that. That's why I'm putting the hat away.
The dust starts to like hit you know, like flies, and the wind also is not like constantly one direction. It changes just as you, in almost the most annoying way, where just as you get used to it coming from a direction, it hits you in another direction. You know, almost like when you turn your head against it, it comes at you from the other direction. So
Then
it's
the
it's
goggles go on.
assaulting. Yes, goggles go on. And you approach. You see, as you approach, there's a human man there. You know, reds and blues that are really muted because there's no natural light. And in fact, has Dani what you can probably guess are like basically night vision goggles, goggles of darkness, basically. Any non-magical flame here, by the way, is just snuffed immediately.
Okay.
So you guys approach. He sees you approaching in this darkness and begins to sign at you guys. A lot of people here speak sign language because
Ooh.
it's just far more efficient than speaking.
Cool.
Cool.
Does-
DM, does this count if I were to cast
You want
tongues
to
and...
go ahead and cast your thing, yeah, and
Yes!
Viola can pick up sign language.
Hell
as
yeah.
a
Yeah.
PSL Planescape Sign Language.
Mhm.
Alright, cool.
Do any of the rest of us
PSL, Planescape Sign Language.
understand what
So-
he's saying, or is it just Virla?
If you don't speak sign language, you don't understand. But Virla, you can Virla, you start to see signs, and you come in about halfway through the sentence, and basically you come in where it says, he says, for the race, and you can interpret he was like, hello or whatever. Have you come here for the race?
I'll sign back, yes I am. Or yes we are.
Excellent.
I'll
Excellent. Just
not this ship. We have a different, smaller vehicle. Where do we put this spell chamber?
he kind of looks over and just signs back. Fine, right there.
Thumbs up.
I'm just gonna mind link with Virla so I can like.
Oh yeah,
know
I
at
mean
least a little bit what's
telepathy
happening.
obviously very useful
Yeah.
here.
Oh, this is quieter.
So he starts to give you, he says, welcome to Asylum. Follow everyone inside. No confusion if you follow them. Everyone's heading to the same spot.
Should we bring the bike with us?
Should we bring our vehicle with us?
Starting pretty soon. Probably for the best.
Wheel the bike
I'll
off.
relay that information to Dani.
Yeah.
Yes!
Yeah, you shout. It's like it's being swallowed by the atmosphere here, but yeah, close enough that you
Yeah.
guys can hear. And yeah. So
Cool.
Dani goes and gets it. Meanwhile, he kind of stands with you guys. It's hard to make out much. He's got, dirt all over his face because presumably it's just being like blown all over. So, he's kind of caked in it. You can't see his eyes, but he kind of is regarding you guys. And he asks, "Where are you from?"
I guess I'll sign. I'm from Mechanus. I'm Virla. I guess I'll sign it like how I'll spell it like I would like one would pronounce it, so kind of more phonetically, not the 4 letters. This is Kyana from Material Plane, Finbar from Feywild slash Finbar from Feywild. The participants are Dani. The participant is Dani. Pit crew with Roy over there
From the
from
Plane of Fire.
City of Brass, Plane of Fire. Yeah.
Gotcha. First time in Asylum?
Yes.
Bit of advice? Try not to lose your head.
Are you being serious?
Probably.
We don't joke here.
I see. How long
It's
have you
really
been...
hard to decipher tone because this person has like, you could barely even see this person,
Yeah.
right?
Are you /serious or /J?
Yeah.
Slash J or slash S or... how long have you... What's your name? Hi. How long have you been
Signs
here?
back, gives like a laugh. Signs back. Most people don't bother to ask. Name's Gregor.
Hello, Gregor. You're very good at facilitating this.
My first time. First race here ever.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Ewan McGregor? You're
Kind of weird
running
to
this
see so
pod
many
race?
people, in fact.
Is it just people from... Because I'll say City of Brass has a drag racing scene. Are the contestants just from Brass, or is it from all over the Planescape?
You can see there's kind of like a shrug, and he goes, I don't get out much. Seems like people from far and wide, though. It's enough of a prize
Gotcha.
that the boss has offered.
Boss.
Boss. Who's the boss?
Vroom, vroom.
Yeah, who organized this? Who's your boss?
You see, he says back, what would be the right word for it? Asylum is not like, it's not like, it doesn't have like a mayor, right? 'Cause it's not an elected position. But he signs back with a, Don is not the right word either, but I guess because there's really like specific cultural context, but basically signs back, like basically like the hut, right? You can get the sense. There's a word that is, you know, culturally specific here that he's using, but basically says like, boss wants new blood brought in. Thought might be a change of pace to have people who weren't on their down and out stumbling in for the first time.
Huh. Interesting way to do it. Hopefully it works.
Not a lot of ways to entice people here. Everyone here is here because they got no other options.
Fair enough.
Dani rolls up with the bike.
Vroom.
Best of luck.
Thanks.
And here he turns to he actually would turn and shout that to Dani. Best of luck.
Nice, man. Do a head nod. More about the head nod than anything else. I just imagine the yelling isn't getting through too much.
Fantastic. You guys head in, and indeed the walls don't really help. Instead, everything's just kind of a wind tunnel.
Okay.
So at least the wind is directional, though. You always know which way it's going to be coming from when you're in here. But you see there are people. There is not, like, hundreds of people, but there might be, you see, like, 100 people milling around, which, given how claustrophobic the city is, you guess is probably more than, like, probably more than it was built for, right? And a lot of people here are acting the same way as you. Like, a lot of them have, like, earmuffs on or other things to protect their faces. You see there are a bunch of gnomes who are pushing this, like, crazy four-legged contraption around, and they all have, like, specially built masks. They're all wearing basically, like, gas mask, eye protection, fallout kind of, like,
The
helmet
thing I'm
contraptions.
most excited for in this episode is that Austin's gonna have to describe a bunch of random race guys.
Yeah. And there's just Snake Oiler from
Snake
Speed Racer.
Casa Cristo.
You guys head up. There's an orc here who is like at just I guess it's a table. It's a stone slab, but there is nothing. There's no paper or anything because that would be entirely pointless. Instead, you see that they are like writing things on people's arms and stuff like that. So Dani rolls up. I assume with a motorcycle.
Yeah, I'll be sort of like walking it for now.
Gotcha. You see that this orc shouts out to you, doesn't like assumes that you probably don't speak sign language because you're a visitor here, and so shouts out to you, says, "Participating!"
Yeah.
All right. Spot holds 2. Just you or someone else?
Look back to the crew.
Choose your favorite child.
Can I sign, like, what's the ruling on, like, a pit crew?
You see that she signs back. It's just 1 lap, no pit crew.
Gotcha.
So Roy's just hanging out.
Yeah, I'll yell that to Dani.
Look at Roy. You want to go for the ride this time?
I mean, why else did you bring me?
2. Me and the other fire Genasi.
She nods. She writes something on her own arm, and then takes both of your wrists and writes, basically like like there's a little symbol, and then like 1 and 2, so that you guys are marked as down for the race, and 1 and 2 on the bike. And then she kind of looks at. Actually, he isn't really sure who to talk to because like Vera clearly is kind of the speaking person, but Dani's signing up. And she says, "Layout for the course is out on the starting line. You got about an hour before it starts."
All right. Any rules we should know about magic, stuff like that?
Try to win.
Cool.
First one to cross the finish line is that person.
I like you. You're
Got to
very,
do the whole lap.
you're very direct.
So you
and
can't
No
just
one's
tell us
asked
to
yet.
leave.
Yeah, that's a
I
pretty.
realized we had to
You
explain.
can't Mario Kart just like.
Bling, 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 ding, ding.
All right.
Finbar, do you have the observant feat?
I do not.
You do not. Sorry, I thought someone
I
might
have
have the
observant?
feat.
Hold on. I've got
Observant
alert.
is the lip reading one, right?
Yes, observant is the lip reading.
I have that.
You have that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Here, like, go ahead and make me a perception check.
Shit. All right.
Do you want to race Ziggy?
Man, I've been rolling 11s this whole time. 13.
13. Let's roll just with a +2 for them. You see there are a couple other people who are kind of hovering around in official capacity. Again, you can kind of tell it's really obvious the locals from the visitors. First off, there's way more visitors, but also the locals are like way better fitted out here. And you can't hear anything, but you see someone pulls down. They've got like a what do you call it? Like a face covering, basically like a big cloth mask over their face, presumably to keep from breathing dust. And they pull it down, and it's hard to get much off of what they're saying because like it's still dark and stuff like that. But you do see them call out the girl with the sword. You see that you pick up those words.
Yeah. Species of the people that are talking.
One of them is a dwarf who has no hair and like basically like an extremely close cropped beard. 5 o'clock shadow, which is like 9:30 a.m. shadow for a dwarf.
Dwarf with a small beard, interesting.
I mean, it's been like a whole season and a half since I got kidnapped last, so.
The other one is an Earth Genasi.
Okay. In my mind, I'll probe. Kyana, are you still there?
What's up?
First of all, Olaranwe. Probably best bet if you were to get that information out of either a Gith or an Astral Elf.
Ooh.
Second, 10 o'clock, Dwarf and Genasi. They have their eyes on you. Just keep your eye out.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
All right.
Should I mind link with Dani during the race so we can keep an eye on her?
I was thinking, yeah.
I forget, is there a max distance on it? We went over this last time.
This
I
is,
think there is,
yeah,
right?
so the wording is a
100
little
feet.
bit ambiguous. You were kind of like, it should work. So I can speak telepathically to any creature I see within 100 feet of me. Don't need to share a language. As an action, I can give that creature the ability to speak telepathically with you for the next hour or until you end this effect as an action. So
I think last time we ruled that it's that if you leave the distance, then you can't. That
you
the
can't
mind link
communicate
doesn't
over
work.
it, but yeah.
once Dani gets back in the radius, then
Okay.
mind link
Yeah.
crops back up.
Well, then I would say if you want to link with her, that you guys can definitely converse while she's on the starting line. Like you guys will
Yeah.
be close enough. Once she's
But
on
once
the race, it's going to be a lot more difficult.
That's what I figured.
Actually, I'll go to the orc. Any rules from the spectators? Like, can we fly around above the track so we can see better?
Yeah.
Spectating only.
Well,
So no
yes, but can we
interference.
move like above the track, not helping?
You suggest flying around in Pandemonium in the dark, and you can't hear it, but she laughs, and then she signs back your funeral.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, there you go.
That's not a no.
Don't.
All right.
Don't you have Bing?
I'm
Why
not
can't
hearing
Bing
a
just fly?
no.
No, because if we were flying like above Dani within the 100 feet distance, then you could keep a constant mind link on Dani.
I don't know if she'd like that, to
Fair
be
enough.
completely honest.
All right.
A
This
secret
feels like
conversation
kinda her
happening
thing.
7 feet away because it's just
No. This is.
Oh right, yeah,
Yeah.
telepathic, yeah.
We're just
Fair enough.
emoting at each other, Young Justice style. Don't need to animate these lip flaps, baby.
Veril's eyes are just like rotating.
Fantastic. All right. Is there any other preparations with not so much time left? Honestly, Dani probably should head to the starting line. You see people are already starting to head
let's get her there.
You can check out the race course when you get there. And you guys, there are like stands, very much like pod racing. There are stands
Now
carved from
this
rock that
It's podcasting.
Oh,
out on the side. They're only on one side. They're only connected to the wall of the city. They don't surround, but you can see clearly that there's like a starting line that has been like scratched into the stone. It's very shallow. There's a sense that like everything's constantly being eroded here. So they probably set this up like a couple days ago, and it's already starting to disappear. Likewise, Dani, there is a map of the. I would love for you to. Roy's going to do one too, but you notice that is a map with a bunch of branching tunnels, and also there are arrows that are telling you which tunnels to go through. I would love for you to make me. Let's see. I'll let you roll just an intelligence check to like memorize this thing.
All right. Natural.
Roy will roll as well. Actually, Roy will give you the help action. That's a very classic help action situation.
Okay. Well, the first roll was a dirty 20, and the second is lower than that, so dirty 20.
You think these branches mean something?
Dirty 20. You feel pretty confident you've got the race route down.
Sweet.
Route.
Do I see the mummy anywhere?
Yeah, he is hat firmly held in hand. He is brushing the nightmare, like like you see, like kind of pats the flank and dust gets like kicked up that's caking on it, just gets pulled away.
I'll sort of roll up
cool.
next to him with the bike.
Before Dani heads for the finish line, I want to do quick thing. Am I all right?
Cool. Yeah, Dani checks out the map, sees the mummy. Finbar, what would you like to do? As we'll go ahead and say that at this point there's like a half hour left before the race starts. So if you want to like do any spells, or what's the duration of spells that you'd like to do?
They're both an hour long. One of them is concentration
so
on my end.
If you wanted to have these during the race, you're totally within the window.
Okay. The first one, I will cast a second level long strider on both Dani and Roy, in case you fall off that bike. Should have enough speed to get right back home. And if that ain't enough, I'm gonna do a third level enhance ability, Cat's Grace, to give her advantage on dexterity checks.
Fantastic. Also reduces fall damage. Let's hope you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah. No crazy jumps, ramps, loop-de-loops.
Dani thinks through the jump feature on the bike. You just hear the jump jack sound echoing in her mind. Yeah, no crazy jumps, got it.
And last thing, a little star for you. And this is the chef treat. So a little extra love out there.
Thanks. Is that 5 hit points?
That's temp HP.
Yes, it's 5 temporary hit points. Good luck out there, Dani. We're rooting for you.
Does Roy get one too? Or?
Finbar looks at Roy and says, "You want one?"
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
You have one too. All right.
I like the idea that Finbar has not at all increased the volume of his speech in this dimension.
No, he's been shouting the entire time.
You want one too?
Oh.
Fantastic.
All right.
Okay. You guys head off, take your seats in the stands. If there's nothing else that anyone wants to do,
Cowboy horse.
Cowboy
horse.
I pull out the spyglass.
pull out the spyglass.
Ooh.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Dan, you roll up next to take the bike next to him. He turns. He looks kind of weird without the hat on, honestly. Like seeing your teacher at the grocery store.
Where's your hat?
Looks like a mummy. What are you talking about?
You see, he's holding it in one hand. He just raises it up.
Want to make a little extra wager, you and me?
Oh boy.
Oh,
Make a persuasion check.
no.
Throw some money on it. Let's go.
Did we establish that this is a family heirloom?
Not too bad. 17.
What are you thinking?
My goggles versus your hat. Winner takes the loser's headgear.
He looks at you with empty eye sockets.
He'd look pretty cool with goggles, though.
gives a cock of the head like it's like offering a bald person shampoo. It's kind of disrespectful, honestly.
brought the hat Kyana got me.
Aw, you see what happens when you jettison my gift?
So that's a...
How about
Yeah?
hat for the bike?
Whew. The stakes just got higher.
Worth
So
it.
not an even bet at all.
No.
No. Ask for the horse.
We had a
hat
nightmare
for a
once. I
horse.
gave it to Hans.
Race,
Yeah, you
race
had
for
a
pinks.
nightmare with an infernal attack.
Oh, yeah.
How about info on where you can get another horse?
Gonna take it from
Are you
Han.
gonna kill my horse? I really only need the one.
No, but like, maybe he wants a friend or something. I don't know. I know there's another one.
I desperately hope that this conversation is getting like ripped to shreds by the wind. And you're each only hearing half of it
Oh yeah,
to
along with
disguise
his
the
bandages,
travesty.
it's getting ripped to
that's
shreds by the
happening.
way.
Yeah. Chariot.
How about hat for goggles? Loser doesn't race in brass anymore.
All right. Bet's on. Drop the goggles. See you at the finish line, eh?
May the best win. Hops up on the nightmare. Immediately, like, eyes blaze, nostrils blaze, the mane goes as he, like, begins to get ready. Yeah, the race begins to, you see, like, people are taking their seats. At this point, a familiar, you guys are, like, sitting down. A familiar dwarf walks up to you guys and shouts and says, "Special invitation from the Don to come to his box and watch the race from the best seats."
The Don?
Is this a real invitation or is this an offer we can't refuse?
Make an insight check.
Will do.
He's making him an offer they can't refuse.
12.
12. He's definitely, like, means it. Like, he's not gonna, like, lead you into an alley or something. And, he's like, yeah, come, that's a true fact.
Why not?
Perfect.
Give Kyana a nudge. Like, why not?
Oh, is this that good? Sorry. It's really dark in here and I actually can't see.
Keep your enemies closer, I suppose. We accept.
Excellent. Could tell you were of different stock when you rolled into the city, and Bossman is interested.
Alright.
Alright, you guys stand up. Dani, Roy gets on behind you, puts his arms around you to, like, hold on. He says, "So we're really doing this, right?"
Yeah, don't fall off.
You,
I
you
mean
say
this
don't
in the
fall
nice-
off. He goes, "Oh god, I didn't even think about that scenario."
Try not to
It's so
think.
peaceful in Roy's head.
I mean this in the nicest way possible, but I don't see how helpful Roy can be to this race other than being distracting eye candy for the other racers.
Meat shield.
I figure if
Fantastic.
something
Pack
goes
an
wrong with the
appropriately
bike.
sturdy shirt.
People
He's at
roll.
the same. He's at the same like. tank
As
top
soon as they hit
and
88 miles per hour, the shirt just gets sandblasted off and everyone else is rolling at disadvantage for the rest of the race.
It's very funny.
He's a mechanic. I figure if something goes wrong with the bike, he can kind of like help a little bit more than just Dani driving would be able to.
Oh, absolutely. There's mishaps and shit like that. So
Oh,
if a mishap
lucky you.
happens, then you'll want someone to try and fix it, or steer while you're trying to fix
Yeah.
it, right?
Yeah.
Fantastic. So you guys begin. You see at this point someone who is clearly some sort of a magic wielder, probably a wizard, rolls out like in front of the 50 or so people who are lined up here.
Ooh,
There's
damn.
people on like various mounts. Like you've got an air genasi who's just like contained within like a whirlwind, which you think would probably usually be annoying, but actually is probably a nice sensory vacation from the rest of this world. The gnomes have this like crazy, like it's got like 18 legs, like kind of claw. It looks like kind of like a tank, but instead of treads, it's just got like a bunch of small legs that are gonna like rotate around,
Like Strong Beast stuff.
yeah, exactly. There's a dozen or a dozen and a half hell rides of various varieties here. There are people on various mounts. Obviously, there's the Nightmare. Someone's on like a whole ass fucking gold dragon. A small one, but you know.
Okay.
Oh.
Just pop the bullet of dragon slaying into the.
Oh!
Nothing personnel, kid.
Oof. Damn.
The illusionist walks up and does a little illusion. You see the, Fast and Furious style. This person's gonna like stand in the middle of the track and let you guys go. You see the race map comes up, and then the words, "Racers ready." You hear various hell machines start up, the screams and howls of the souls being consumed. Other people, like, any of the beasts of burden that are here, like, stretch and get ready. You click the Anarch Sphere and you watch the lightning and then earth, dust, and swirling particles from air just all start to coalesce in here, and the bike hums to life. You guys, the rest of the group, is led through the crowds upwards. There is a balcony that you can immediately tell is probably the place to go because it is completely enclosed. There is glass, kind of like you're walking underneath it, so it's kind of hard to tell, but you can see the glass that is there and presumably has to be replaced constantly because it's probably getting worn down. So this
immediately.
Exactly. This is kind of, it's a show of status and of comfort. You see the dwarf brings you behind, opens a door. There's a hallway that leads into an enclosed room, and immediately the sound dies down as you step through, and without shouting, you can hear the dwarf say, "Enjoy the race."
Thank you.
Close the door behind you guys. Dani out on the starting line. A red light, a minor illusion, a yellow light. You guys walk in. You hear a click behind you as the door is locked.
Yeah.
And as you enter, you see normal shock of black hair, like completely windswept to one side, armor, the usual silver, just like coated in dust and kind of dingy. But sword, there's like new kind of like wrappings and stuff around. But as Indelian turns around, he's got a whole ass goblet of wine.
What are you doing here?
Goes, "It's a funny thing, isn't it? That we should keep meeting like this."
Hey!
Takes a
that
swig,
guy.
puts down the glass, reaches for the sword. Dani, light turns green. We all go, and we're going to pick up with initiative for everyone when we come back from the break.
See, aren't you guys glad that I have Roy with me and you all have each other now?
Yeah, fair
Actually,
enough.
yeah, though.
Fair
I
enough.
wouldn't want to subject Roy to this either.
What are you doing, buddy?
thought
You're
there was
supposed to be
gonna
on
be
the
two
other
and
side of
two.
the plane. You're supposed to be on the other side of the plane.
Rolling with difficulty.
This episode of Rolling with Difficulty is brought to you by Moontide, the new novel from author Mary Greenwood. Available now through the link in our description below. Listen, I have a story to share. Will you hear it howling in my eaves? Feel it gusting down my chimney with a fine mist of rain. See it in the gossamer ghosts flitting over the dust and ashes. Scent it on the salt wind that whispers and wails with the voices of the lost. I can only hope you will. Fia wears a stolen pelt that eats away at her humanity, night by night. When she stumbles into an abandoned lighthouse with blood staining her hands, her teeth, she has almost given up hope of claiming back her life. A daughter of fire, Brenna's only wish is to flee her father's legacy and the people who call her accursed. After a wolf attack leaves her injured and awakens the superstitions of the townsfolk, she strikes a bargain with the council in a desperate bid for her freedom. A son of the sea, Tuathal seeks answers the tide alone cannot give him. Chasing the memory of his mother, he is drawn to a fragile stranger who might be the only one who can unveil the mystery of her disappearance. Each tread in the footprints of the past, but what will it cost to tell a new story, to set old wrongs right? Find out all that and I assume more in the new novel Moontide by Mary Greenwood. It's available now. You can check out the link in our show notes below or the description on YouTube to get your copy today. And thank you again to Mary and Moontide for sponsoring today's adventure.
Rolling with difficulty.
When last we left our heroes, I would love for everyone to roll me initiative, but actually the first thing I need is for everyone to please roll me a wisdom saving throw, as I'd forgotten you have been in the plane for more than an hour now, exposed to its howling winds.
Well,
So I'd
whose
love for
fault is
everyone to roll
that?
me a wisdom saving throw.
The earplugs do nothing.
Thank you, Mr.
All right.
Nat 20.
Natural 20. Finbar, I'd also, if you haven't rolled your wheel in woe, now might be a good time to do that.
Yeah, let's
16.
Oh no.
Let me
Okay,
roll
hold
for
on.
16 saves, natural 20 saves.
I
Roy saves.
God.
so
Roy, our boy.
I rolled on a super teeny little d20 and it kind of flew out of sight, and I'm pretty sure I didn't nudge it. But if I did nudge it, it made me
Why don't
roll
you
a
just
3.
roll a new one? Why don't you just roll a new one?
It is my destiny. Let's see. Yeah, so that adjusts to a 10.
10 is the DC.
So
fantastic.
I succeed?
Yes, you
beats it.
succeed, yeah.
Okay. I
Dani,
really thought I was fucked on that one.
Huh?
What'd you roll?
16.
Oh, 16, sorry. Did I get everyone then? Finbar, everyone's good?
12 on the
12,
with
yeah.
save, and then I got woe for the cosmic omen.
Excellent. So no one takes a level of exhaustion. Whoa, and now I would like everyone to please roll me initiative.
Yep.
Dani,
we
you'll
go.
notice that you are on the battle map as well. This is simply so that we can put your initiative into the tracker. You are not competing in this combat, obviously.
Coolio.
So Virila is coming in at a 4.
Oof.
Kyana at a 16, not too bad. Finbar coming in at a mighty 21.
Roll the nat 20 on that.
Woo!
I rolled a 1 and an 8, so I'm at 10.
The same
Dani
die
at
that gave me
10.
a 20 gave me a 4. I hate this.
And Indelian's dexterity is a +2, which leaves him with a 12.
Huh.
Danny
he
is the
did not
same
actually
level of
roll
dexterous as
super superior.
Andelian.
We're also just going to assume that Roy, anything you'd like Roy to do will happen on your turn, Dani,
Perf.
to avoid any confusion.
Sounds good.
So, yeah, Finbar, you see Andelian drains a cup of wine, puts the goblet down, pulls out the sword. There's a brief little, before we officially start combat, he gives a chuckle, and just in like this kind of surprise round where no one really, obviously I know you're immune to surprise, Kyana, but where no one really is like, sure quite what's happening. He says his line, isn't fate weird that she would compel us to keep meeting like this? Then he takes a drink, says, honestly figured I'd seen the last of all of you. And wasn't sure that was a good thing or bad thing. Of course, you went back and made my life hell. Went to an earth troll my name, so... But, lucky me, because when I bring back your skulls, well, there's a chance that the good queen might just let me back into her good graces. Draws the sword and immediately takes a step forward. Combat begins. Finbar, with the drop on him, what would you like to do?
Unfortunately, much like the stars, I got no kindness left for you. This is where you die. Kyana, don't hold back.
Yes,
with that,
sir.
I'm going to start with a 4th level guiding bolt on him.
Okay, roll to hit him.
Okay, here we go. Cool. That's 12 plus 9, 21 to hit.
21's gonna hit.
Okay, I believe this is 7d6. 5,
Jesus, that's so much damage.
7,
Level 10, baby.
30 points of radiant damage.
30? Christ.
Yes. As this guiding bolt streaks across the room, lands square in his chest. You hit the creature
dex
with
attack
an
is
attack. Yes, I'll throw an extra d6 on this as the pixies pop out of that
Okay,
guiding
yeah,
bolt.
certainly.
An extra 3 points of piercing damage.
3,
next,
certainly.
yes. Next,
Oh, you got him now.
has advantage on him. As a bonus action, I will summon. I'll summon the dragon. Yes. Gives me a bonus to maintain concentration and intelligence and wisdom checks. And let's see, where can I move? I'll take a step back, forward, towards Indelian sort of line up, 20 feet in front of him. And that will be my turn.
Okay. Kyana, what would you like to do?
Bonus action. Arms of the astral self. Hacha. Oh wait,
Okay.
hold on. He's not close enough. First I shall
You want
move.
to run up?
Then I will. Where the hell? Ooh, roll 20. Testing my fucking patience today.
Sometimes it do be like that.
Hacha! Now. Bonus action. Arms of the Astral Self. Summon. Spend my key point. There it is. Boop. Okay. So. DC 17 Dex saving throw from Endelion.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah.
That's a fail.
Alright,
There we
roll
go.
my 2d6 force damage. Oh, where'd my 36 go? Alright, it's only 5. Yeah. Let's just hit him with the sword. Why not, right?
Yeah.
Fuck it. First attack has advantage, right?
I'm sorry.
Yes.
How much damage did you? I was
5. Only 5
Five,
force
cool.
damage.
I was
Being a
distracted.
little roll on 2d6. Alright, first attack. 27.
Nice.
Yeah, 27's gonna hit.
I assumed. Okay, that's only 13 slashing damage.
Okay.
Second attack. This one doesn't have advantage anymore?
Correct. Just a straight roll. Oh, I'm sorry. For the greatsword, you do have to roll up within 5 feet of him.
I can't use my arms?
No, your arms are for punching, your hands are for holding the sword.
Fine. Then I'll roll up within 5 feet of him, if you insist.
I do.
Okay. Well, my second attack is a 23.
Yeah, that'll still hit.
Okay, it's good to know. Gotta feel it out. Now we're talking. That is 19 slashing damage.
Okay.
Great. That was movement, action, bonus action. It's my turn.
Okay. At the end of your turn, he's going to take a legendary action to make a good old attack at you.
Ah.
What, you think
Karate
he hasn't
chops.
stepped up his game? You think he has not stepped up his game?
Yeah, that was kind of what I was thinking.
So does he own the city?
Yeah, he came in and he killed the person in charge.
Oh, that's classic. Oh no, are
He
we gonna
really
be on the
hustled.
hook for whatever the prize of this is supposed to be if we kill this guy before the race is over?
He really hustled in the last couple weeks.
He will go ahead and just give you a good old 1 slash.
Good old
There we
whack.
go. That's going to be checking things out mode. Longsword is a 17 to hit.
It's gonna miss, baby.
There we go. Good start.
Cool. He is going to use his. Now it's his turn. He gets his legendary actions back. He's going to use a bonus action to Astral Step. This is not a Misty Step. It's not a spell. It's an inherent ability behind Virla.
Teleports behind.
No.
You think he was going to play on your
Virla.
terms, guys? Come on.
Nothing personnel, kid.
And he's going to make his first attack at Virla, as he does.
Come on, Virla.
boy.
That is a 17 to hit. Or, no, it's really
Armor
17.
class is 18 now. Doesn't hit, baby.
Okay. He's going to roll twice more.
I'm beefy, buddy. You think hide and stomach me? No, whatever I said.
He's going to make 2 more attacks. Here we go. Oh, Christ. No. Terrible.
Oh, good.
I rolled.
He's a
terrible.
good kind of, oh Christ.
That's an extremely unsatisfying turn for him. As he, how does Virla deal with this guy? Teleports behind him and then immediately comes in for 2 attacks. Virla remembers the last time he was on the other end of the sword, and it did not go well. What changes that he instead attacks 3 times and whiffs it every time?
Well, I think he'll try and dodge it as much as possible, but he's not all that dexterous. So it really is just on the strength of this new armor that he got. That's
It's like scraping off you.
Yeah, basically.
There's sort of a meta moment where he recognizes a wizard who he is a wizard himself, who typically do not wear this, and then checks out your vestments and says, "Guess you went and found God, huh?"
Yeah.
More like
All
she
right.
found me.
Top shelf banter on this one, guys. We're really killing it today.
More like she found me is pretty good. Dani, at a 10, the starting line, you go off.
Reluctantly crouched.
At a 10, a lot of people are in front of you. The initiative for these characters runs all the way from 25 down to 1, so you are in the back half of the pack currently. The initiative is basically your first check in this big skill challenge. As everyone comes off the line, you guys all start to run forward. There's this big moment where everyone is spread out, and then the racetrack, is going off to the right here, and it is condensing down into a narrow tunnel. Now, a reminder that gravity is 360 here.
Yes, speed race.
So you can go up or down or whatever you want.
Multi-size
But
case.
is there any skill so your skill check for the first one is a 10. That's basically setting the DC of how many successes you're going to need to come out on top here. So
Okay.
Are there any skills you would like to employ during this race in order to what would you like to do on this first action? What would you like to do to try and move yourself up in the race order?
So within this 150 feet, I'm getting into the entrance of the tunnel, in the middle of the pack, kind of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, basically,
Okay.
yeah. So you have to imagine that while their rounds are taking place over 6 seconds, yours is more like a minute, right?
Gotcha.
So we're kind of stretching time for dramatic purposes as these two big things happen at once. So
Cool.
What would you like to do as your first skill check in this skill challenge?
Dani's gunning it, going around the curve, and right as I enter the tunnel where everyone is forced to sort of condense down for that second, I'm gonna smack the Anarch Sphere and see what I get.
Okay, go ahead and roll your d4.
Ooh, 4.
4 is, it's actually on your Aspera statue.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
water. You create a wave of water that bursts out from you in a 10-foot radius. Each creature of your choice in that area takes 2d6 cold damage and must succeed on a strength save against your spell DC or be pushed 10 feet away and fall prone. Now, prone is really, really good. So, we're going to go ahead and roll. This is great. This is going to get you. We're gonna go ahead and roll. I'm gonna say that knocking people prone is good enough to count as 2 successes. So we're gonna go ahead and mark down 1 success for just rolling that, because theoretically you're gonna knock some people.
Pile up.
But let's go ahead and roll strength save.
My
I'm just
DC
gonna
is
roll
17.
17. I'm just gonna roll the static plus 2 here. So I'll actually roll that in front of the chat. Roll 1d20 plus 2. Just assume that all these vehicles are on average a little stronger than a normal guy. That's a 15.
Fail.
You watch as first of all, the mummy isn't in the front, but he's way ahead of you at this point.
Okay,
Um,
he's the only one
but-
I'm racing against.
As you go, you see people all people start to condense down, and as there's that split second where everyone gets close together before you go into the tunnel and can kind of spread out by going up and down the walls, and you just fucking Mario Kart,
Shake the remote at the right second.
pow, yeah, whatever thing, fucking knocks these guys out, and a bunch of people go spinning out of control.
Bowling pin noises.
And so that's 2 successes to 0 failures.
You doing okay back there, Roy?
What is how does Roy react when all this is going on?
Eyes
he
shut,
just
just clinging.
Yeah, he just clutches on really tightly. He goes, "Is this where I die?"
Not. Hopefully.
He's koalaing.
Fantastic. Roy doesn't have a lot of skills, so he'll go ahead and just make an attack with a produce flame against someone.
Just kick somebody.
One of the guys
He
who gets
rolls with a
knocked down
plus-
by the water. It's just insulting.
Yeah, he rolls with a +2 to this. A +3 actually. No. You see, he shoots out a flame, and it goes about 3 feet, and just goes in the wind. So he does not get you any successes on this this match. I'm not counting.
Never happens.
I'm not counting Dani as any kind of contested combatant in this combat. So no legendary action from Endelion. But it's going to be Virla's turn now.
All right.
Here you go.
You took the time to set up just such a nice race. You think we can't hold this until afterwards? No? All right. I'm gonna lightning bolt him at 5th level.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Let me make sure he's got nothing to deal with that. Let's go ahead and make a dex save for him. Please roll big. 4.
That's a
Hell
no.
Oh my god.
All right, so that's
Jesus
what is
Christ.
that? 10d6.
I promise
yeah.
this guy's CR10.
We're all level 10.
Yeah, but he's got a lot more actions.
Oh, true.
All right, so
Speedy boy.
33. Oh, that's
30. Oh, yeah, because you have extra. So, yeah, you
pull it down.
summon forth, Arcane Lightning Bolt and strike him right through. Immediately, some of the fun goes from him, and he grits his teeth, and he's going to use his, he's got fresh legendary actions. He's going to make an attack against you, Virla.
All right.
Fuck me. Finbar, you're up.
I feel kind of bad.
I don't.
I feel bad. I
Finbar's
rolled above a 9, or 10. No, I rolled a 10 on the first attack. I rolled above 10. There's a 50% chance, you know.
There's still time for him to run. Get you next time.
There's
you
still
gadget.
time for him to run.
Level up a little bit.
No, he's
Back
smart
with new
guy.
tricks. Ones that actually work.
he's not going anywhere. Finbar's gonna be like, get over here, and I'm gonna do a quick vine whip.
Okay, try to hit
One
him.
read of Scorpion's line from Mortal Kombat.
Get over here.
16 plus 9, 25 to hit.
25 is gonna hit.
Cool.
Stop,
This
you geek,
2d6.
Over here.
That is 7.
Okay.
And I'm gonna pull him 15 feet closer to me.
Okay. Yeah, that's all the way.
Is it 15? It might be 10. It's 10 feet closer to me. 10 feet.
Even so, it's all the way.
Okay. And then I will sort of go around this way. Actually, no, I don't even need to move. And then I'm going to need him to make a strength saving throw. DC, what's it? 17.
Probably should have given him legendary resistances if I gave him legendary actions, but you know, that's okay.
I was expecting it, honestly. Actually, does my elemental adept negate resistance to lightning?
No, that's not resistance. You take half damage.
Okay.
That's different than
Gotcha.
resistance.
Understood.
Otherwise, that would be crazy.
Yeah.
He does
boy.
roll a 19 on his strength save.
Cool. I will use my woe to minus a d6 from this.
Okay.
That's a 6.
Okay. He rolls a 13, I guess.
Cool. I get to move him 15 feet in a direction that I choose, and I'm going to send him right back towards Kyana. It's like,
Yeah.
you're not going anywhere.
Okay.
So, is that an opportunity attack for me?
It's forced movement, so it is not.
Understood.
Sweet.
That was my
You'll take.
action.
Yes.
And
Oh, you got a bonus action too.
I could have a bonus action. Nobody's
As a treat.
Nobody's been hit. But I will go invisible. I'll use my hidden step, and I'll be invisible.
Okay.
Nice.
Sweet. He's going to make a legendary action. Take a legendary action to make an attack against Kyana.
Happy bro.
Okay. There we go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kyana,
Yeah.
19 to hit.
19 will hit.
Okay. Rolled okay on the dice. 8 points of slashing damage
Okay.
and 25 points of psychic down to 12
Thank goodness for resistances.
because you resisted
ow.
exactly.
Oh baby.
Then it's your turn.
Well, that stung. Let's see, where's he at right now? So he got relocated, right?
Yep, he's been pushed around. He should be right next to you now.
My map has not updated. Thanks, Roll20. Really putting in the work today.
It's doing its best.
It's not loading at all. Ah.
You're within 5 feet of him, so there's no
Great.
way for you to get flanking advantage because he's not next to anyone else.
Guess I'll just smack him. May as well. It's fine.
So
I
defeated.
guess. Well, it's like I could like rage, and that might help a little bit. But most of the damage he does is psychic, which I already resist, and rage doesn't help with. And I could like bonus action dodge. Well, let's just start with the attack action. Why
Okay.
not?
Go ahead, roll
Just
the hit.
sorry rematch. Just like, I don't have the energy to be angry
Well,
about
it's like
this.
when he hits, it's not good, but you know.
Yeah.
Ugh. That's bad. That's only a 15 to hit.
That will miss.
Second attack, giving you another chance, Die. I was a fool. That's even worse. All right, second attack doesn't work. Fine.
So you come in and you still obviously have him on the back foot. He doesn't look good. You guys have done a shit ton of damage to him already.
Right.
But he does manage to even getting pushed around. He finally gets an attack on you, and then he parries twice with his blade. And there's that moment after the attack where he comes in close and he looks at your sword and he says, "Foolish move, keeping one of the swords. If it's not me, it's just gonna be another one, and then another until they get it back."
Oh, that's good to know. I'm gonna try to punch him.
punch
Bonus
him.
action flurry of blows.
Flurry those blows.
Let's flurry them blows.
Flurry them
All right,
blows.
hopefully this one works. Okay, that's better. Yeah, dirty 20.
Yeah, that'll hit.
There we
Perfect.
That'll do, pig. That'll do.
Okay, that's 9 force damage.
Okay.
Second attack. Ugh. That is a bad one again. That's only 13 to hit.
That will also miss.
Great, but I do uppercut him, so that was fun.
Yeah, he says that, and then as you obviously have two mortal arms holding
Yeah.
the sword, and then an astral arm just boom gets him.
I forgot my telekinetic reprisal again. Whatever, next time.
Steps back, wipes some blood from the lip he just bit,
Yep.
and he will make his final legendary action attack against Kyana.
Yay.
Come on.
Second chance.
Natural 2. All right,
Aw.
here we go.
Next time, telekinetic reprisal. I promise I'll remember you next time.
He will see if he gets his step back. He does.
Uh-oh.
I can roll high on a d6, so watch out. He's gonna go 5 feet, and he's going to attack. He's gonna attack your wizard boy again.
No!
He's determined. Okay, there we go. That is a 22 to hit, I believe.
Shield. Shield?
Oh, buddy. That's still within shield range.
Yes!
I'll use my reaction to cast shield.
That's awesome.
No, actually, I changed my mind. I'm going to take it. I would rather save my reaction for a counterspell if he's going to try and plane shift out.
Psychic
Okay.
damage. You don't resist psychic. Fine. It's fine.
Okay, so Virla, you take not good on the dice that time. You take 4 points of slashing damage,
Okay.
and 25 points of psychic damage.
All right. And the second reason why I did this, Wrath of the Storm. When a creature within 5 feet that you can see hits you with an attack, you can use your reaction. Oh no, it's still a reaction again.
No, do it.
No, but it's just 2d8 lightning. And it's still a dex saving throw.
He's not very dexterous.
I know he's not, but I would rather save the reaction. So I'll take the damage.
The reaction economy in this game is
Okay.
crazy.
Cool.
Too many
So-
reactions and not enough reaction slots.
So he will attack twice more than against Virla.
Okay. If all those hits, then I might reconsider shield. But I want to hold out as much as possible.
One is going to be a miss. One is going to be a 19.
Yeah, I'll do shield.
Okay.
He already
so
took me
19
for like half.
Yeah.
19 is a miss.
Yeah.
Cool. So that's 3 attacks. His bonus action, he's going to go 30 feet astral step. He's going to go behind the throne here, and he's going to take half cover, which will give him a +2 to any dexterity saving throws he needs to make.
Boo.
All right.
And that will end. Let me just make sure that's kosher. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's exactly good. Okay, that will end his turn. So yeah, finally he spins. You cast shield. He deflects it, and also by the way, Virla, you're actually at a good place in the initiative because your reaction comes back at the start of your turn.
Oh, true. Oh, I should have done that to begin with. Then oh well.
Fantastic. Dani, you guys continue through
I made him seem
a
important. It's
narrow tunnel. This is like a whole minute of this. You're kind of pushing past. You're starting to pass a couple people. Especially with that big tidal wave, you're doing pretty good. You guys enter into a cavernous space. It's not quite as big as the place that Asylum is located, but it is still cavernous and weirdly spherical. In fact, as soon as you enter, you kind of notice that there's like the wind is kind of going in like a circle here. It's spinning all around, and there is something else interesting about this room. Everything here has been polished from the wind, and the grit has been polished smooth. So the entire chamber is like glass, and as you enter, you see yourself suddenly reflected and refracted in a million ways from a million angles as you go over. And it's weird because you're riding on the bike and like it's a bumpy ride, but from there's a strangeness about this place, which is to say, as you're riding on the facets, they seem like they're like all over the place because they're reflecting light from like all different weird angles. But it's not very bumpy. Like physically, they must be pretty smooth, and yet it kind of looks like the most millions of facets. So it should be bumpy. And the other thing is that you can see like weird, kind of like there's like weird reflections. Like in front of you, you can see like reflection of behind you, and there are a bunch that are just like your face really close up. You can make any ability check you would like to here. I will also say that here in the Cavern of the Self, you also have another opportunity. If you would like to make an insight check, there is a risk reward for staring into the reflection for deeply. But that is up to you.
I always want to push the button. I'm making the insight check.
Okay, I'd like you to make an insight check, please.
Sophia, this is the moment in the Grand Prix where Speed Racer is reflecting on everything that he's learned so far.
He's racing the ghost of his brother.
So I'll be clear that
that's the beginning. This is the culmination of everything at the end.
I'll be clear that there is this will not be a success or a failure for the race. So you're not contributing to the skill challenge here. You're taking a risk to gain something else entirely. Roy's not going to gaze. Roy's going to try to help you in this.
Cool.
Roy's not going to look at his own reflection?
Roy's got his eyes pretty tightly shut and is going to focus at the task.
Roy is...
Also,
What a sweet
I don't think it's
boy.
really fair for me to do like a risk reward with an NPC. So, Dani, what is your insight check as you enter into this huge space? And it's like it's loud, but it's the most clear it's been. The dust here is like died down, so you can actually see, and you stare into all these reflections of your face.
Natural 18 plus 3 to bring it up to 21.
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna use my reaction to add 4 to that with my very special Flash of Genius.
So that brings you to
25.
a total of
25.
25 is the DC for this insight check.
There we go.
And since you succeeded, you do not gain a new flaw.
Another one?
Another?
Since you succeeded, I will give you a choice. You may either gain the ability to better look within yourself, or to better look within other people. Which would Dani like?
The drama. I'm gonna go with within myself.
Dani, what is your charisma score?
12.
12. Your charisma score is now a 14.
Shut up!
That is a permanent change.
Charisma is the introspection stat?
And and you don't get a new flaw, which is a shame because the flaws are fun. Anyway, Roy's going to roll to see if he can't kind of kick this engine into gear. Basically, he's gonna kind of lean back and basically fiddle with the exhaust to see if he can't make
Takes
it.
the
Basically,
two
he's making a
wires,
tools
tries to,
check, which is something he's actually proficient in. So, gonna have to go to the table on this one, folks. It was not a hot roll. Sometimes Sometimes you roll so high, you go, no worries. And sometimes you roll so low, you go, no worries. But sometimes it's Okay, so his proficiency doubled. No, straight. His proficiency straight is a +2, and his intelligence is a +2, which makes us 4, which makes us 10. So Roy, Roy doesn't get a lot going on here. as such, you neither gain speed in this race, but you don't lose any either.
Yeah. Dani, like, stares into herself to gain 2 fucking charisma points. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah. Maybe it's crazy, but I thought, what the hell? Dani doesn't have good wisdom.
I imagine that
No
looking
way.
You
at
needed
the
an
others
18.
would
There
have
was a
wisdom.
15% chance. You needed an 18, 19, or 20 plus your. What's your thing?
She just comes out yassified.
She comes out gasified. Firla. We cut back
Oh,
into
I
here,
hate
and
it.
Delian takes cover, like kind of crouches down behind this chair.
Oh, buddy. Bonus action, I'm gonna move Bing so that he's within line of sight of Delian.
Oh, he doesn't know about that.
Yeah.
How far can you move Bing? Because he's still behind chairs, and he's a
30
small
30
ball.
feet. So I can move him up to here?
I'll allow it. Yeah, I'll say that there's no cover there.
Alright, lightning bolt from Bing. I think then it ignores the half cover. Yeah, fuck it, I'll do it at another 5th level. What do I have to do here? Or what else do I have to
Nothing.
do
He
with
needs
5th
to
level?
roll a dexterity saving throw and hope that he doesn't
Yeah.
fail it. 8.
Yeah, fails. Alright, another 10d6.
Oh.
38?
Jesus Christ. Takes 38 points of lightning damage. He's starting to look pretty fried now.
You are at somewhat of a disadvantage this time around because we have no reason to keep you alive.
Alright. Go ahead and make me an intimidation check, just for shits and gigs.
It would be nice
Okay.
if you had 2 extra charisma points on that, wouldn't it?
It really would be.
Yeah.
It put him up to a 0
That's
if
not
that were the
where
case.
is- I'm looking at the wrong thing. There we go.
11.
He looks at you, he goes, then I guess I'm gonna have to be more prepared next time. He's going to use 3 legendary actions at the end of your turn to cast Dimension Door.
Ha.
Okay.
But your reaction has reset.
Because it's the end of your
But
turn.
but he's gonna do it 3 times.
No, he uses all 3 legendary actions to cast 1 spell.
Oh, okay.
It's
Yeah,
very
absolutely.
costly for him to cast a spell not on his turn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and my reaction resets, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Reaction did reset.
Counter spell, 4th level.
4th level,
Yeah.
you know Dimension Door. I'll say that it's totally reasonable to understand what spell he's casting.
Yeah.
Make another intimidation check. This time at advantage.
Okay. Good, because that first one was a 4. Second one was a 14. 12.
12.
Oh god, I forgot about the -2.
You think this
He
is
kind of gives you a look
buddy?
like he's not out of tricks yet.
Alright,
Finbar.
fine.
Okay. I
Would have been too much to ask for 1 natural 20.
will do the exact same thing. As last turn, I will move over to over here this time around. Can I get line of sight?
Yeah, you have line of sight. All those chairs are big stone chairs, so I'm counting all of those as half cover for anyone who's. So right now he's got half cover.
Okay.
That's just a +2 to his AC.
Yeah, why not? Once again, another a thorn whip coming at him.
Okay, go ahead and roll.
Here we go. Okay, that's a natural 19.
Fuck cover, man.
Yeah. And it's double 6s. Piercing.
Okay, takes 12 points of piercing damage.
Cool. And I'm gonna pull him 10 feet closer to me.
Okay.
I believe it's 10 feet, right? Yes, 10 feet closer. And then once again, I need him to make that strength saving throw.
Okay. That is pretty
DC
good.
17.
That is strength. It's an 18.
18. I'm going to use my woe on this.
Yes.
Okay.
Whoa.
Yes, cosmic woe as. Okay. 2. Is that
2 damage.
No. 2 minus 2 to the saving throw.
Oh, which brings him from what did I say? An 18 down to a 16.
Oh yeah, that's a failure. And I get to move him 15 feet in direction of my choice. So that's right back in front of Kyana. Says,
Okay. Is it 15? It's exactly 15 feet?
It's 15, up to 15 feet horizontally in a direction of your choice.
Okay. Which way would you like him to go?
Straight down.
Like, 2? There you go.
Yeah.
And what is moving that? That's your fairies?
Yes. So this is my
Pixies?
Yeah, this is my pixies. And I said, like I said, I'm not the one you got to be worried about, and I will move into flanking. And I will look at
you say
Kyana.
you're not the one you have to be worried about, and then he looks over his shoulder at Kyana. Oh God. I had
Cracks all the
okay.
knuckles. I can still miss.
You can still
You're out
miss.
of legendary actions, friend.
He is out of legendary actions. Okay, Kyana,
Oh,
go ahead and
boy.
roll.
I feel a little bad. Okay. Attack number 1.
Well, you could always knock him unconscious if you want.
I mean, that's what I was.
Finbar said
honestly,
not to
that's
hold
what I was-
back.
You did just find out that only someone from the Astral Sea might know about Oleron Way.
He was the
And
one.
he's the one who told you about the name in the
Yeah.
first place.
And
but,
also,
hey, don't let that stop. Don't let that
Well,
stop.
think about this. If we kill the owner, if we kill the organizer of the race, Dani, even if she wins, won't get the prize, and she'll be even more mad.
No,
at
no,
us.
no.
Oh, Virla's in team. Let's not kill him. This is a surprise twist.
Then wait,
I mean,
he killed the
more like-
he killed the owner of the race, so he became the owner of the race. If we kill the owner of the current race, we become the owner of this race. We can
But
give
then
out
we
the
have
prize.
to figure out. But we don't know what the prize is.
No.
All right, first attack.
I'm team keep him alive just enough to get enough information out of him and then kill him,
All right,
which was
does
kind
a
of
16
technically
hit?
the original plan, but we'll be more careful.
16 will
this
not
time.
hit.
Okay, good. Second attack. That's better. 28.
That's gonna hit.
Thank you. Okay, that is 16 points of slashing damage. Does the Silver
Okay.
Sword do psychic damage as well, or just no?
Nope.
It's just regular slashing.
Just regular
Okay.
old slashing.
Oh yeah, it just makes me immune to being charmed, resistance to psychic damage again. It's fine. Okay.
It's also got a +3 bonus, which is the highest that a weapon could possibly be.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's
It's
good.
the most
I-
honed a weapon in the universe could be. Sorry,
Okay.
multiverse.
Bonus action, flurry of blows. Just
Okay.
punches this time.
Okay, 2 punches.
Yeah. That's another 28.
There we go.
Okay.
8 points of force damage. Fourth
Okay.
attack. 21.
Oh, 21 will hit.
Okay.
There's no way he's still up.
10 points of force damage.
You watch as his turn is about to come up. He used Dimension Door as a bait out for Virla's counterspell, knowing he could do it, and attempts to cast Plane Shift to escape. At the start of his at the start of Kyana's turn, he had so at its combat he had maximum hit points at 200. At the start of his final turn against Kyana, or it's Kyana's final turn, he had 15 hit points left, with a combined damage of 18. Kyana, what do you do to Endelion?
Hell yeah.
Oh, I don't want to.
As you see, he begins to escape. You notice the vibration begin on him, that classic, like, vibrate out, collapse inward when someone casts Plane Shift. As he begins to escape, man, he didn't even get a chance to use the fucking Bands of Balara.
I want him alive. I want to get those back.
You know what? I think at bare minimum, there's a little voice in my head that's like, if anyone should kill him, it's Virla. And I turn it into a punch. So the
At
claws
last
go
minute,
in.
As a black minute, okay, claws come in. As at the
No,
last
the claws
minute,
go in. So like they were out and then it turns into a punch.
Gotcha. Yeah, at the last minute, the claws retract. It becomes just a solid fist, and across the chin, he goes down like a ton of bricks. Kyana, that ends your turn.
Second silver sword.
Fuck yeah. One sword
This is a
per
silver
hour.
one,
long
yes.
sword, so it's not as this would only be less damage.
But could she have
But I
the
have
actual
to
arms
really
holding
badass too.
one sword
Think about
and
this
then
as a Kiana
regular
wizard.
arms holding the other sword, so that she is doing a two-sword technique unique to Kiana?
Yeah, go full Kali on this.
Kiana becomes the General Grievous of the Planescape, where she just collects
Silver
swords
sword.
from Fel Githyanki.
General Kenobi.
It's pretty. That's oh god.
All right.
The thought of that is pretty convincing. Anyway,
Kiana
Dani,
villain arc.
it is your turn. We have been racing here. Actually, I meant to do this at the beginning. As now, it's more open. Your success in increasing the speed of your bike also grants you another success. Forgive me. The
good.
hamsters in my brain are running at full tilt.
It's all good. We're all
This-
in this now.
Now, this does put you at 3 successes,
Okay.
which is good. But because you started so late in the pack, 3 successes it does not put you in first here. We are starting to enter, we've gone around corner 2. Mm-hmm. This is basically going around corner 3. We're like basically 3/4 of the way through this race. And it's at this point that Austin thought they'd fight and Dylan would still be going on. You go down there's like, the floor begins to slope downwards, which is kind of weird because there's gravity is subjective, but to you it seems to go downwards, and there's definitely the sense that everyone else gets that too because it's going into a corkscrew. Like there is a weird,
is what I was
kind of
hoping
a
for.
narrow again corkscrew going around.
Really stupid
I would
idea.
love for you to, whatever kind of check you would like to make, you can make it here. If you don't try to balance, Roy is going to attempt to balance the bike, but you can do anything you would like. The world's your oyster.
So it's a big kind of open area it's like a big bowl basically, and then there's a corkscrew kind of part at the bottom that we're going into.
Yeah, you were basically inside of a big crystal ball, and then you guys all funneled down into a corkscrew, and at first, it seemed kind of like a normal turn, but now as it's going, like, you're starting to feel the inertia build up as, like, remember, gravity is subjective, so you're being pushed into your bike as you go around this thing, so you're kind of being, like, dragged down.
I think having just stared into herself, doing some introspection, Dani spent the last few days kind of like wrestling with what it is that she actually wants. She spent her whole life only trying to survive, failed. And when she stared into her reflection, she realized, with the new 2 charisma points, that it doesn't really matter if she can't verbalize what it is that she really wants, because she has the tools to find that out. And tools are really all that Dani's ever needed. So, although her mind's been on fire all day, she got this new clarity. She sets aside all of the rage and confusion and fear, and because he's got 1 lap, and all that matters is winning the race, she's gonna stick her heel down and use the jump function of the bike to try and jump into the center of the corkscrew and just fly over everyone if I can. Just sort of like leap off the side and hope that falling works.
Is that not violating race rules?
It said you had to go around the track, it didn't say.
I'll allow it.
Okay.
Okay, so this is...
But watch yourself.
I want you to make... You haven't made one yet. I want you to make a vehicle handling check.
Sure
You
thing.
do have proficiency. It's a dexterity check plus your proficiency bonus.
Cool, so that's a +6.
This is difficult. I'm
for
going to
me.
call it DC 18.
It's a +6. I rolled a 13, brings it to 19.
That's a 19. That's a success. Dani kicks off bike. That's 4 successes.
Hold on,
You are
Roy.
starting to get... Roy is going to make...
Can Roy's check be to
Roy
hold
is
on and not
instinctively
fall
going to throw
off?
his body to the other side as you hit the ground to try and counterbalance. He's going to make... You know what? We'll let him roll strength here. It's got a +1 instead of a +0.
Oh,
He's going to roll. He's going to try to pull the bike into place. We'll roll him roll
Betty
an
wishes he had
athletics
that
check here.
functional muscle now.
I did also hit
he
him.
rolls-
Yeah, okay.
He rolls an 18. That's high enough.
There you go.
He rolls a success.
Woo!
Woo! That's 5 successes. I will let you know, for the purposes of drama, that one more success will put you in the leader of the pack. Right now, you come up. You are behind the mummy, and the fucking gnome monstrosity thing is also there in front of you, like clawing its way. But the mummy is in first place. Amun the Ancient is in first place, and you are catching up to him. Just flame. It seems like he kind of stepped up his game, because this horse is literally and figuratively on fire. All right.
Is the horse roided out? What's happening?
Someone had a really bad
Yeah.
dream.
Horse roids.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Dani is
Fantastic.
all in the race.
So, again, the race is happening over a couple minutes. So now we're going to go ahead and assume that there is 1 to 2 minutes of Endelion being down before we cut back to Dani racing. So if there's anything the three of y'all would like to do.
Okay.
Damn. He literally, if you had rolled 3 damage less on your final attacks, he would have, easy.
He would have
3
bounced.
damage less. He would have been gone. I have to hugely commend you guys for some good rolls and some good strategy.
Thanks.
What would you guys
All
like to
that
do?
advantage.
Also,
really
you put,
barely
Roy
deal with
in,
it.
you put Roy in harm's way so that one more body could be in this room. So
True.
I'm gonna leave
What are you talking about? He's
Endelion
fine.
barely. I'm gonna go over to the door and knock on the inside of it.
What are you doing?
What?
the stone knocks. You get the sense that probably no one heard it because outside is a torrent of wind.
I don't think they know that Endelion has beef with us, and so
Yeah, it's
if
been
anyone
18
were to,
seconds.
Yeah, but they locked
anyone-
the door.
Let me just tie him up first. I'm
Oh,
gonna
okay,
tie him
alright.
up.
Cool, fair enough.
I'm gonna be very, very thorough about I'm kind of thinking I would go so far as to tie index fingers together, middle fingers together, ring fingers,
Yeah.
to completely eliminate the somatic part. I'm gonna loot him to make sure that any material components are missing, as well as get my fucking Iron Bands of Bolaro back.
Oh,
and I'm gonna
yeah.
gag his mouth.
Make an investigation check. Following that, make a survival check for your knots.
Can
Fair
I
enough.
use the help action to help him with his knots?
Go ahead and use the help action on those knots.
Oh no, that's not great. That's a 2 plus 8, 10.
Can't find the Iron Bands of Bolaro.
Okay.
Probably have to
I
break
assume you
him.
guys have rope easily enough.
Yeah.
Go
Yeah,
ahead
we
and
got
make
rope.
that survival check at advantage.
Yeah, what's up then? Could I tell Finbar to do it, and so that he would do it instead of me?
I can do it, yeah, for sure.
Also, do you wanna? He can do it. A quick note. Go ahead and make an Arcana check for me, Noir.
Okay. Another fucking 11. All right, 19.
19. You would know that psionics, he requires no components to cast spells.
Okay.
He just
enough.
does
Yeah.
them. So
Yeah, I mean, I figured. I just
So if you really
sake of
want
thoroughness.
tying him up, go ahead and just roll for the hell of it. So Finbar, go ahead and make your roll. But you would know that tying his hands together isn't going to prevent him from casting
Oh,
spells.
I thought you were just talking about material components. You're talking
No,
about
yeah.
you can just-
Requiring
it's
no
just an
spell
internal
components.
thing. Yeah.
He's
Not even
he's
verbal.
psionic. So
Also-
he just does it.
So
Gotcha.
while they're doing that, is the arrangement
Theoretically,
of the room...
this actually also makes him immune to counterspell because he does not trigger. But I'm gonna. It's a gray area on the rules. So we're gonna go with you can counterspell him, but tying him up is not gonna prevent him from casting spells.
I see.
Right.
All right.
Is the arrangement of the room such that you can see out the glass window at
Yep.
the so we can see presumably some of the course, but can I also see, whoever locked the door or
No. So it's looking out
Damn
onto the stadium and the course. By the way, the glass is rattling back and forth, and it's
course. Ugh. All right. I'll figure out a way to get through this door eventually.
All right.
you're
do.
thinking you could probably beat it down pretty easily.
Yeah,
The
I guess I'll
idea-
just go to punch it. But
Okay.
if Virla wants time alone with Endelion first,
Well, I was gonna
I'll...
say figure out what your Endelion plan is.
No.
Probably.
This place feels like it's pretty chill about people overthrowing its ruler. I'm just saying,
I mean, Kyana, do you want to try and press him for any more information about what an Olaranwe is?
oh, I'm so bad at pressing people for information.
I mean, I'll be here this time.
Odds are good he'll just lie about it anyway. It's fine. I'll figure it out.
Yeah, but you'll know.
Okay. Counter argument.
Yes?
We let him go, and we just keep finding him in progressively worse and worse situations until eventually, he's at the bottom of the gutter. The only thing he has left to his name is inexplicable hatred for us. It's not inexplicable. I know why he hates us.
It's very explicable.
I just kind of like the idea of Endelion being our Team Rocket.
Virla, I need you to promise me that this will not motivate you to let him go again.
I'm not going to let him go. If there's really nothing... Look, I've been trying to kind of mitigate my more fiery intentions when it comes to people who have wronged me. Dani dying was kind of a big reason why I had to be okay with letting Dexter go, as opposed to hunting him down and killing him. I'm trying to apply the same thing to Endelion. I mean, he's in a worse place than we are at this point. We did the thing that we were trying... Well, I did the thing that I was trying to do, and from what Endelion was saying, he's been kind of cast out from his, tribe.
Well...
He could... It could be that we caught him at a bad time, but I'm feeling pretty good that we can take him in any others if he were to come back. We can kill him, though.
The way I see it is no loose ends.
Okay.
I promise Dani that much, right? We don't want
Of
a lot
course.
of our stuff
you're
coming
right.
back on ours, coming back to haunt us. And sure, they can send other gifts, but they don't know us. They haven't fought us, so we have the advantage of, regardless of who they send. And Delian knows our face, knows our shit.
All right. We will grant him a warrior's death then. Kyana, you will wait until he's conscious just enough to see us kill him, and then he dies.
Virla,
I
that is
can't
not
do it.
a warrior's death.
What?
Nope.
He looks as...
That's a technicality. It's not a warrior's death.
I thrive on technicalities, Kyana.
I know you thrive on technicality. Look, I have no horse in this race, okay? And
okay,
Danny's
here's
all the
the
way
rub.
out there.
Here's the rub. I can't kill him because it might proc the devil's contract that I keep putting off explaining to you all.
Well, then Finbar could kill him.
Finbar, you can kill him.
Look, the only reason... I don't know what he knows about Oloranways. I don't. But all he can give me is hints and information, and it might not even be true. I want to find other people like me. I don't want to hear about them. So he can't help me. So I'm gonna go figure out how to get through this door and talk to somebody about what the prize of this race should look like and how much gold I should put in it. And you guys can figure out what to do with this guy.
Okay.
Because Kyana
I
just
respect that.
taking over the administration of the race.
This is not
Finbar,
the
are you
career
okay with killing
trajectory
him?
I expected. I don't want to... Look, killing somebody in combat is one thing.
Yep.
Sitting there and discussing how to execute a defeated prisoner is not something I like thinking about. So I'm just not gonna...
Well,
Last time I
It's
dealt
not-
with this guy, I had to go to a pretty dark place, and I don't want to do it again.
it's not a very palatable idea, I agree, but I would rather do that than, I don't know, let him get up and then we fight him again.
I wasn't
not
suggesting
ideal.
that either.
Yeah. All right.
I'm dealing with the door.
You
guys
do that.
something ethical.
Finbar, are you okay with killing him?
Yeah, I can do it. Finbar's going to lean. I imagine in Delian's on the floor, he's going to sort of lean over it as if he's a fresh kill. He's going to put his hand on the symbol of Sylvanas. It says, either friend or foe, hunter or quarry. Let him have a peaceful death. And I'll take out a small hunter's knife, make the right incision necessary to put him
Two things.
to rest.
I fully understand the sterility of how we're discussing this. This isn't just me being a robot. I want to say that I fully understand this. Second of all, was it really the best idea instead of a technical warrior's death into treating him like game? I don't know. I'm not sure.
What?
I don't feel good about this.
And
I mean, Virla, feel free to, there's... Time slows down here. The event has not happened. If anyone wishes to say or do something, as you see what Finbar's gonna, put this dude down.
No. Like, it's happening.
I don't see hunter or game as either superior or inferior. They're all
Fair
equal
enough.
under the
Circle of
eyes of.
Virla is saying that after the fact because, I think we probably should have Kyana probably should have just killed him, right from the get, because right now
We did wait.
we're in a weird
We
spot.
did wait a little too
Yeah,
long.
Bad decision.
we did wait was kind of the mistake
Yeah.
in the first place.
It's all right.
Yeah, so
Yeah, no. Clean. put a tarp over it if there's any. There's
really
nothing
fucked
loose
up, you
in and
guys.
around here. But
You guys.
Oh, I'm sorry. Confronting the reality of what we do as adventurers every day is a little bit upsetting.
one less loose end. And then I will hand Kyana
takes care of
the spyglass. How's Dani doing?
Oh, yeah, good question.
Speaking of, we're going to cut to Dani. Dani,
Yeah.
you enter a cavern. There is like stalactites, stalagmites here. The wind is whistling around them. In fact, it's going at such speed you can practically see like in a jet engine. Like if you ever see like the cars in the wind tunnel kind of thing, you can kind of see like where the wind is like splitting across. There's so much air being forced through this tunnel with so many things in the way. It's almost whistling. Like there's sound like a melody being played through the different combination of spires that go up and down that are the wind is splitting around. We're entering the final turn. If there's any ability check you would like to make. No, read the time.
So ahead of me is the mummy and the dwarves.
The gnomes, yes.
Gnomes, yes. And remind
Don't
me.
say that to their face. They can't.
And then we're in a cave full of like stalagmites and stalactites and whatnot.
You're in a cave full of stalagmites, stalactites out the wazoo.
I want to beat the mummy in honorable combat, but the gnomes are sort of just in the way. Could I
One of us has to.
cast Shatter on one of the stalagmites or stalactites in front of the gnomes to try and
Yeah.
make it
I'm
come
gonna say-
crashing down?
I'm going to have them make a dexterity saving throw against your spell save DC. I know
Okay.
it's usually con, but the way you're using this sounds like you're making a hazard. So, what's your spell save? It's
17.
17. So we're going to go ahead and roll. They actually... Fantastic. They're actually pretty good at this because their whole bike thing is feet, right? So
Yeah.
they're actually pretty good. But, like, not like Kyana good. Like better than a tank good. But a natural 10 is not going to be. They don't have a +7. We're going to go ahead and mark that as a success. They spin out, and you pull up neck and neck with Amun. He looks over, nods. It is at this point you're coming to the exit of this tunnel. From the map, you know that around the corner is the end. It is at this point that you see up ahead what is the final big pillar, really. It's a stalagmite and a stalactite that have come so close that they're touching, right? As you see this giant pillar that's in the way before your final exit, you start to see movement crawling down. As you approach, you see crawling from the top of this like 60-foot tall cavern, these human-sized, a little bit bigger than human-sized shapes, inhumanly crawling down the pillar. And as your dark vision gets close enough to start to see them, you see what look like these giant frogs, claws on their hands, spines on their back, mouths open, rows of teeth, begin
Wait,
to
are these
jump
slod?
off at you and the mummy. I'm gonna have
You were looking for him.
roll a new initiative as we enter combat against the slod.
Oh,
This might be
Okay.
rough.
So
Okay.
It's a dirty 20 on initiative.
At advantage?
fantastic.
Oh, at advantage?
1 sec.
Yeah. Still concentrating
Oh,
on it.
right, yeah. Finbar
Yeah.
still has
Dirty 20 was the better one.
his, what do you call it?
I'm a 20 initiative.
Fantastic. So I'm going to go ahead and move you guys actually back a little bit. Moon is right here. We're just going to give him and his mount the exact same initiative to help with my sanity. This is Roy. Say hi to Roy. He's a silhouette.
Roy. We're gonna
Hi,
get
Roy.
it.
We're going to go ahead and
If
we're
you
gonna
live,
remove
we'll get
Irlon,
you
we're
a
gonna
real
remove
token.
Finbar, we're going to remove Downtime. We're going to go ahead and put a Moon in there. We're going to put Roy in there. And we're going to go ahead and add the slot at this point.
That's Dani.
Your shades of red. Let's see, two red slot and a green slot. Making
So
their way
you're saying this
downtown.
was 2 and 2
Uh-huh.
that you were expecting.
Hmm.
Our fight went a little smoother than you wanted. Danny's fight.
This might be a little rough. It's just a little rough.
So Roy comes in at a 9, but he's on your bike, luckily. It's a dirty 20 for you. Green rolls a 16, And Red rolls a 21. So Red is actually going to go first. Fantastic. So this combat now, time for compresses back down. And we are going to start with the Red Slod. They have a speed of regular old 30, so let's see what they can do. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. It will dash up right in front, actually right here, because they're not very smart, but they're not dumb enough to get run over. 15, 20, 25, 30. This one will dash as well and get right up next to the mummy. And that is both of their turns. Dani, what would you like to do? This thing barrels down at you like on all fours, and then it rears up. It's got like little legs, so it's like running with the arms kind of out for balance. And yeah, from what you can see, there's like a big hole in the ceiling, and they seem to be orcs in Moria, like crawling down that. This is just like the beginning, the first ones.
Just got it. Just get out of there.
Turn to look at Amun. Not now,
That's what she says.
Yeah.
Ziggy's the horse.
See you at the finish line. And I'm gonna reach out and cast Fireball.
Okay.
Centered. It's got a 20-foot radius. Let me just check something.
It's huge. Who do you want to hit?
Ideally the Red Slod right on me, and then anyone else I can get would be great, but I don't know if I can get anyone else.
You can also get the other Red Slot if you want to hit Amun and his Nightmare.
Yeah.
His Nightmare probably immune to fire. Amun, probably not so much.
Well, I don't want to hit Amun.
Okay, so just one slot then. And that's truly groovy. So we'll go ahead and roll the dexterity save. Shockingly, big fat interdimensional toad demons, not so much for the dexterity. He rolls a 14, but he is resistant to fire. Oh, excuse me, he has advantage on saving throws against magic. He rolls a 21, and he's resistant.
That'll
so
say
he's
that he
gonna
does
take
still
quarter damage.
take, yeah, and it's 9d6, or no, 8d6 and a d8 because of my
Yes.
arcane firearm.
Ooh.
Or Baronium
forget that.
Fluctuator. Yeah.
You're good, I
I gotta
gotcha.
find my d6s. 38 points of fire damage, and then you would reduce.
Alright, sweet. So that's down to 19, down to 9. So he takes 9 points of fire damage.
Cool.
He's still up.
Do I have any bonus
No
actions I
way.
can use? Do I think he would hit Roy if I didn't disengage and just gunned it past him? Like, do I have any?
He's gonna hit
He's
something.
gonna hit something.
He's a creature of innate chaos. Whether he's gonna hit you or the bike or Roy is anyone's guess.
Could I, like, put a foot down and try and pivot turn so that me and the bike are in front as we go around him?
I'm gonna say use your movement to do that. Oh, well, okay. So you're planning on using your movement?
Yes, the 150 that the bike goes.
Gotcha.
Which I think gets me
Oh
at
my
least
goodness.
at the mouth
I mean,
of the cave.
I'm gonna be a bit of a hard ass with an asterisk, which is to say, using you're asking the mechanical benefit, basically disengaging. You're making an ability check. Either way, those are actions. If you want to, because I know you just thought of this, if you want to recall your fireball and instead you have your turn be one of those things, I would allow that. But
Yeah.
but it's you just on a movement, you're not going to be able to do that. By the way, don't worry about people catching up to you, because remember the race takes place over minutes. This is going to take place over a couple seconds, so you're not in any danger of people catching up to you. So don't let that be any influence.
Right. I'm not too worried about that. I think it's more keeping Roy out of harm's way. I think I'm gonna take the risk to not disengage. Okay. I don't want to take the fireball back because that feels disingenuous, because if it had killed him outright, it wouldn't have. I would change anything.
Fair
and
enough.
try and just gun it to the exit.
Okay. This is an opportunity attack. He's going to make it randomly because he's a creature of neutral chaos. So I would love for you to roll me a d6. On a 1-2, he's going to attack Dani. On a 3-4, he's going to attack the bike. On a 5-6, he's going to attack Roy.
1.
He's going to attack Dani. He reaches out and he's going to make his opportunity check, and he's going to make it a grapple. I would love for you to make a contested athletics or acrobatics check.
Yep, no problem. Can do.
Okay.
I will do...
Here we go.
Acrobatics.
He's going to go ahead and roll.
16, but I'm going to use my Flash of Genius to bring that to 20.
Was that
Okay.
at advantage?
Oh, that was not.
Oh, yeah.
Still a
because,
dex check?
You still have,
Okay.
invincibility.
Okay, better. 21.
There we go.
Okay, he only rolls with a +3 on this. So here we go. Did that roll in front of the group? That's only a 9.
Okay, fantastic.
I feel like it might occur. I'll also point out, it might occur to Dani that the slot gems she's interested in are probably in the slot heads here, but reasonable to prioritize the safety of the guy with 15 hit points.
Yeah, I think Dani, now enlightened.
Now enlightened. Yeah.
I don't think Dani wants to lose any more friends to hijinks, so her priority, even as much as fun as it would be to Styx-proof the ship, she cares more about keeping Roy out of combat than getting the head of the slot.
Okay.
Skin
So
clear,
go ahead
touch
and
flourishing.
move your 150 feet.
I want to just do some math real quick.
You're gonna be able to get really fucking far.
I get it here with 80, and then I can get 130. I can get to the mouth of the cave with 130 feet.
Okay.
Just give the green slot a reasonable 15-foot
Yep,
berth.
you have plenty of space
Wide
to give it reasonable
There
berth.
we go.
I will go ahead and move these other guys to follow you. Man, rolling low on the d6 and then rolling high on the attempt to to avoid a grapple was huge.
Flash of Genius will never do.
Does that end your turn?
Yeah, that's everything.
All right. The green slot is going to cast Fireball at you.
God damn it.
I would like for you and the bike and Roy to please make dexterity saving throws.
Right, yep. Mm-hmm.
So the bike, I believe you get to add your proficiency bonus since you're steering it. You could use your reaction to grant it advantage on the save, except that you just used your reaction. So,
Isn't this
you're
a
going to add...
deck save?
Actually, I don't have dex for the bike, so you make a dex save for yourself, then make a dex save for the bike
But-
with proficiency,
Okay.
and then Roy's going to make one.
I'm at advantage because of the
Yes.
things we
No,
both-
no, that's just for ability checks. That's ability
Oh,
checks.
okay.
So you roll straight, and then roll straight. Do you already? No, you don't have proficiency. Roll straight and add your proficiency for the bike.
Mm-hmm.
So what did Dani get?
Dani got a 15 plus deck save 3, so 18.
Dani succeeds.
Okay. And the bike.
Please make one for the bike, and you can add your proficiency bonus, so +4 to this.
Cool. The bike gets a 22.
Nice.
Natural 18
Bike succeeds.
plus 4.
Roy, rolling straight
Come on, Roy. Oh my god, I'm so
and adding 0, rolls a 12, which is the DC against Fireball from this creature.
Holy, okay.
I'm going to roll 8d6.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you guys resist
like-
fire?
Could
You
still
guys
take
do
him
resist
out.
fire.
Yeah.
Resist
This
it,
is how
so it's
this is how you
quarter.
keep the stakes up at such high
If he
levels.
goes
We
unconscious,
just get
he's
a
gonna fall off the bike.
fucking a squishy boy.
5 plus 8 is 13.
Knock it off.
I rolled really bad on that one. Plus 3 is 16. This is the last 2d8. plus 8
Why is it D8?
is...
Fireball's
Fireball's
Oh,
D6.
I'm rolling
D6.
D6s. It's... Whoa, wait, what am I?
Fireball's 8D. It's like 8D6. Basically.
Yes, I'm rolling 2d6 at a time. I'm rolling 2d6.
said
Sorry, you
D8,
said
so
D8,
we
so I
got-
thought. Okay.
Oh, did I? No, I'm sorry. I promised they were d6.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
So what did I say?
Total
That was
is
6.
24,
So the total is 24.
Okay.
and it reduces to 12 because you both resist fire damage.
But he also.
You both succeed, which reduces 24 to 12.
And then reduce it
then-
again because
You both reduce it down to 6, which eats through his
Roy's
temporary hit
fine.
points. And 1, the bike
So stressed.
is at 12.
The bike has
So-
50 HP, so minus 12.
The
Bike's
bike does have
fine.
50 HP, but you do have a mishap that you're going to have to roll because it takes more than 10 damage on that success.
Cool.
what are the mishaps?
Yeah, I don't have that.
It's the same as the ship.
Oh, okay.
Noir, do you have what I would roll for that?
Yep, go ahead and roll a d20.
I'll read it out for you.
13?
Blinding smoke. This is for the Aspera, so we'll shift the words, but the helm station fills with smoke and is heavily obscured until this mishap ends. Any creature in the helm station is blinded by the smoke.
Yes.
So adapting for the...
So
Hellride.
you are at the end of the skill challenge. I'm going to go ahead and say, so Roy is just going to eat. Roy's not going to do anything.
Good.
I'm going to say you really can't see what Moon does. It comes back to the Red Slod, who simply don't have the speed to chase you, and so instead are going to bear down at the people who are entering here. And, Dani, is there anything else you would like to do on your last turn, or are you just going to get out of here? If you would like to use a check to try to fix the mishap, you're pretty much in the front, so I would say fixing the mishap is basically your last success to
Could I
get out of this scenario.
make an intelligence check to try and like recall the end of the track so that even though I'm driving blind, I kind of know what I'm in for?
Into your mind palace.
Yeah.
I feel like, yeah, I'll allow intelligence for it,
Okay.
but it's just going to be a straight intelligence check. There's no modifier to this, so just go ahead and add your +4.
Gotcha. Okay. Very good. That is a 17, and I'm going to use a flash of genius to bring that up to 21.
You go into your mind palace and think of the way out. As you do, there's actually a bit of luck here, where the high winds are actually kind of helping the smoke.
I was thinking about that.
So you actually, between those two things, you enter out into what you recognize, basically where the Aspera came in, this huge corridor, fighting against the wind, putting your head down as low as you can because you're not even steering with your eyes anymore, just intuition and skill. You put your head down behind the ram's head handlebars to try and block the wind. Roy is just screaming so much behind you.
Roy.
And Kyana, as you pull out your take Finbar's telescope and look, you watch as they come streaking in, no one behind them, and come race in, and if you watch for about a minute, they cross the finish line. People stand up. There's you would assume probably a roar of cheers, but you can't hear
Yeah.
it. There are little prestidigitation fireworks that come out, and a couple people rush the racetrack. As Dani, I assume you just kind of pull up and park.
Yeah, another Akira bike slide to bring it on home.
Yeah.
Akira bike slide. You bring it on home. Roy gets off and is
Jelly
stumbling.
Does anyone in the crowd look like they're in any sort of guard or anything equivalent that I could direct towards the tunnel full of slides?
A lot of people have weapons here. There doesn't look to be any official guards or anything, but a lot of people seem to have weapons. Just knives and maybe a crossbow or something like that. Maybe short swords. Some pretty basic weapons. A couple people have something a little more nasty looking, but it's pretty scavenged together and kind of you get the sense these are people who defend themselves and not the city. No one wants to take this city.
Whoever looks the nastiest nearby, I'll just be like, "There's a slide breach in the cave." I don't know.
Throws up a
man,
big
it's your
shrug,
city. Do I see?
Ain't happening here.
Do I see the mummy anywhere?
You look back, You look back. You see, with your terrible perception, and so as you see the shape getting closer to you, for a moment you think it might be the herky-jerky motion. You think it might be the hoof, the running of a nightmare, perhaps like an injured one, kind of like hobbling along. As it gets closer, you realize that it's far too small to be that, and at your feet blows a loose cowboy hat, carried by the wind that just stops at your feet.
I feel bad.
Wait, the herky-jerky motion, is that him?
It's the hat being blown weirdly.
It's just the hat.
It's just the hat.
Oh, no.
Oh no.
Yeah, actually no one follows you out.
We go
Oh.
towards the hat to pick it up, hoping that maybe a bunch of sand will pool underneath or something.
He's
A bunch
He's
of
already
like some
dead.
sand pours out, but there's nothing attached.
Oh fuck.
That's better than the head still being inside. Let's be real here. Let's manage our expectations.
I don't know. A mummy head would probably still
Be alive.
he'd be like Vision in that one Future Avengers
Oh, yeah.
cartoon.
it's
Have you
just
guys
the
seen
head.
that? Or am I the only
Yeah.
one who knows that exists?
I'm sort of, yeah, Dani sort of like stares towards the cave, hoping to see literally anyone come out, but also then scans the crowd like, where the fuck is the rest of the party?
Yeah, you look
Well,
up where you
she checked
saw
the
them sitting,
box.
and they're just not there. Kyana, you watch all this happen.
Is she within 100 feet?
Just give me a raw luck check. Go ahead and roll me a d20 on a
The cowboy
8 or
hat
higher.
keeps
She's within 100.
Blowing a little closer,
13!
and blowing further away.
Okay, yeah, she's within range.
Faced right up against the glass. Hey, Dani. We got jumped by Andalium, but it's cool. We got him. Also, we don't know what we're doing about the prize. Good job, by the way.
Endelian is here?
Well, he was. We might be in charge of Pandemonium now? I don't know.
We might be.
Is Roy
Probably
okay?
more. I mean, Kyana's got a pretty good insight. They probably weren't super loyal to him, but it's also probably, unless you want to make a show of it, it's probably more of a get out of dodge kind of situation.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Maybe Virla should knock the door and we can just leave.
Are you guys, like, good to go? What's going on?
We got locked in, but I think when Virla remembers he has a spell about that, we'll be out in a minute.
Oh yeah.
Fortunately, knock is not going to be heard.
Yeah.
It's Pandemonium.
Oh,
Yeah.
Pandemonium really is the best dimension.
Show me the...
Dani just tips her hat towards the cave.
Cool.
Yeah.
You
morose.
see the orc
Morose
who had
hat
been...
tip.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, didn't think you were going to have to earn it like that, huh? You see the orc who you saw before come out holding a chest. The wizard throws up their hands, and there's like a fireworks explosion. They're not calling for silence; they're calling for eyes, basically.
Thank goodness.
And you see the half orc begins to sign to everyone. Virla, if you watch, you can easily make
With the
out
spy
this
glass.
person. This person, yeah, with the spyglass, you can easily make out that this orc is saying, for the very first race through Pandesmos, the Grand Prix of Asylum, we reward, and then turns in and asks, shouts in your ear, "What was your name?"
Just Dani!
Signs, just Dani. Opens the
Not even
chest,
just Dani.
pulls out,
Roy's with you. Roy won this.
Roy
Pulls
staggered
out-
off. He forfeited his right.
pulls out a medallion, circular, black, set in silver. It has a hole in the middle, so it's kind of like a donut looking thing. It's got little notches going all the way around, and inscribed in the black, you see 16 different symbols. On top, a mountain, followed by
Cosmology.
I had to draw this. I know what this is.
Go ahead and make an Arcana check, Dani.
I'm good at those, actually. Sorry, math just completely escaped my brain. 15 plus 8.
23.
23.
These are all the symbols of the planes.
Is this like a day pass, or...
They don't answer you. they just start. There's like a lot of like excitement, and you see like people have been betting, so they start like exchanging things. Another person signs to you. Would you like to meet the man in charge to be congratulated?
They'll glance up towards where I know my friends are now.
You see Kyana face pushed up against the glass.
Just like shakes head slowly.
Oh god, Kyana, tell her no.
Yeah, sounds fun.
Or, yes, I mean,
but I gotta get the bike back to the ship first, so I'm gonna circle around.
All right, you get on the bike. Roy goes, "Are we leaving already?"
Yeah, Roy, we're leaving. Get on the bike.
All right, glad I came.
Knock. Come on, man.
Yeah.
All right.
Before I cast knock, I don't know. I'm gonna try and prop Endelian up so that he's like sitting. I don't know. I feel really.
This feels more fucked up the more we do to his body.
Just leave him there.
As you do, the blood, now that you've sat him up, the blood begins to flow faster from his throat.
Shit.
And his head just kind of lolls down to his
He's
chest.
still fully tied up.
I didn't
Foul
tie him
play
up.
has definitely happened.
Did not tie him up, but it's fine.
Just okay.
Oh wait, we didn't tie him up.
No.
But Virla tied him up.
Did we?
No. I told Finn I was gonna do it.
Yeah,
I told Finbar to do it. And
Yeah.
Okay, I feel
He was
less
too
awful
dangerous
about
to
this
be
now.
kept alive.
Well, we grab everything off his body though, and we did.
I searched.
Yeah,
I
Virla
thought I
searched
found
him.
everything. You're free to try, but I'm
We
trying
grab
to.
the sword though.
I don't know. Last
Right.
words. This. I don't know. I don't know. This was
You
a
can
fight
always
befitting
speak
of the
with
plane
dead.
that this took place in. This is a shit. This is a pandemonium of a fight. Let me tell you.
The fight
But,
was fine. We just didn't have an exit plan for the fight. To be fair, we weren't expecting the fight.
This is true. I don't know. Don't think that I don't understand the weight of what's happened here. In a weird way, you sent me on this path. And I suppose if you were there for its prologue, it is only fitting that you are here at its epilogue. And in another sense of parallelism, you set my Emerson to be under the stars, in your home in the astral sea. So I suppose it is fitting then that I set you to rest in a place that deprives you of going to your home.
Oh.
If there was a cliff, I would push you off it, but I think we really need to go.
Glassy
Goodbye,
eyes
Endelian.
just stare past you.
We taking the sword? I forget.
Take the sword.
Leave the canola.
Might as
Two
well.
reasons
Alright.
for the gift to hunt us down.
Kiana brings, grabs another silver sword.
Just comes out with two
and,
swords.
Virla, do you cast knock?
Yeah.
All right, Virla, you cast knock. Doors fly open as the bar that was on the other side is disbarred. The dwarf who's standing there gets thrown off to the side. We're gonna call it a skill challenge to return back to the ship. So,
Amazing.
I would love Dani and what's the fuck, Roy are fine.
Why?
You were really gonna say Egan, weren't you?
I was only gonna say Egan. Dani and Roy are fine. You guys are gonna make it back to the ship just fine. Really, no one can catch
Papa
you,
Dani.
and you're already outside the city. But as you do blow it off, I'm gonna count knock as a first success. You got out of the locked room, and if anyone else has anything they'd like to contribute to this skill challenge, hit me up.
Before we leave the room with the, what's his fuck? Endelian in it, I want to say, you fought good. It's kind of a shame you were such an asshole, and then we're gonna leave.
Get your last
cool.
jabs in.
Well, it could have been a cool nemesis relationship if he wasn't so killable. Okay.
I'm telling you,
I
we
didn't
could have
think you
team
would
rock.
be.
We could have team rocketed this.
We could have.
We could have.
There's still
I didn't make
Dexter.
the
It's fine.
decision.
You got
I'm-
Dexter still running around.
Yeah, we've
Yeah.
already got one asshole running around that we won't feel bad about killing.
Yeah.
I'd like.
I'm gonna suggest that you guys shrink so I can carry you, and then I just go full speed.
I
can
can only
shrink one
shrink one
person.
person.
Shit,
Yeah.
never mind.
But you can you can wild shape.
I was going to turn into an elk.
Oh, you could also
okay.
turn into something small that I could carry, but
Okay. I was gonna. How wide is this? We're in a hallway before we get out.
The first thing is a hallway.
Okay.
It's going to open up and you're going to have to race through the city, which is somewhat labyrinthine, remember, with all of the walls and shit.
Okay. And how long has it been since all of this has gone down? Because I still have my dragon up. It lasts for 10 minutes.
10 minutes. You're still within.
Okay, cool.
What you're looking
In that case, I'm going to. Oh,
A reminder that you can become a spider. Any animal you become is going to severely limit the skill. That's actually not necessarily true. Becoming a spider is going to severely limit your ability to affect this.
Sure.
But I would also count it if Virla shrinks and Finbar wild shapes, and it's just Kiana's speed. I'm going to count that as a full success without any rolls or anything. But Kiana's
So
just
then everything else is going to be on Kiana.
so much
45
faster.
walk
than her.
speed. I think
That
my
is-
success
that
would
is
just
true.
be ferrying us out, right?
Kiana is going to be probably doing almost all the skill checks after that, but it's an automatic success on the first one. So
right.
I can move 135 feet around.
yes, speed is
so-
indeed good, but it's
Yeah.
there are other obstacles to overcome other than just closing distance. So,
Yep.
I think.
so what would you like to do?
I think that might be a good first thing, honestly.
Okay.
I'll cast shrink on myself, and I'll assume the position of being Kiana's pocket.
Pocket
Pocket
Kiana.
I will follow suit.
Sorry, Dr. Palmer, I need both
I
hands.
will.
What a niche reference!
Is it? Wait, was that not Doctor Strange?
No,
No.
that was Justice League. Wonder Woman
Justice
stores
League.
the atom in her cleavage for a fight scene.
All right.
Yeah, sometimes we forget that. No, actually, no one has ever forgotten that Bruce Timm is a horny. Finbar, are you going to go spider? Or are you going to go elk? I will count either as a success because you're becoming faster, or you're riding with Kiana.
Probably
But
go mid range. Like I could probably sprint with a cat. Probably wouldn't be an issue.
It doesn't particularly matter at this
what
point.
he's really losing is the ability to cast
Yeah.
spells and speak. That's
Yeah,
like
that's-
the big
that's the
thing. Being a
trade-off.
cat or a spider is there's no difference one way or
Yeah.
the other.
This is true.
So he's either going to be able to run and like make some checks, or he's going to be a spider and he makes basically no checks.
Right.
Virla
he
will
just
still be able to
dances.
cast spells teeny weeny, right?
Virla can still cast spells as long as they're not concentration.
Right.
Okay.
They're just itsy bitsy.
Yeah. No.
How far can you dimension door us if... Oh, wait, we already did
I
this.
think 400 feet still. Yeah.
But you can't
Yeah.
take all three of us even if
I can't take
you're
all
teeny.
three.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you just used a lot of spell slots, lightning bolts, lightning
I did.
lightning
Yeah.
bolts, and counterspell.
Well, I still have 2 4th level, so I can do Dimension Door 2 times, but it's not enough
We
to.
would need 3.
Back,
You can
back,
get
back.
someone out,
Yeah.
and then you can get
all
back.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will.
It's exciting.
If I need to drop the wild shape, I will. But spider, let's go. Crawl right on top of Kiana.
Okay,
Let's keep
It's
it moving.
Finbar's spider
cool.
persona.
Kiana.
Yeah.
Pocket Finbar.
All right, Finbar gets. Finbar
So it's
gets,
just
gets
tiny
involved.
Virla hanging out with a comparatively very large spider.
Virla, it's really scary to see a spider this big.
Spider just
Fantastique.
winks.
Fantastique. All right, that's another success. That's 2 successes. Any ability checks from probably Kiana. What would you like to do? I don't know how insight's going to be helpful here.
No, come on.
Is
Don't
there any way
pigeonhole
that,
me.
like, if I'm looking in the direction that count, like, I can still look out and see, like, what's in front of us?
Yeah.
If I can try and, like, investigation our way through the crowd back to the ship?
That's
chart
definitely
a
more
good
of a.
path?
I would say investigation's possible. It's going to be a very high check. A survival check is going to be much more.
I can
I see.
reasonable
easily.
for that kind of
So technically, I am a spider, but I also still have the dragon form up. And while in the dragon
Yes.
form, the minimum I can roll on any wisdom or intelligence check is 10. And I have a +8
Whoa.
to survival checks. So
That is awesome. How is Finbar going to communicate his findings to Kiana, who is carrying him while he's a spider? I'm going to go ahead and say that spider dancing is not going to cut it.
But it's such a fan favorite
He spider dance
moment.
to Virla, and then Virla communicates it to me.
So when Finbar was going to turn into an elk, it was going to be my idea to tell Kiana to mind link with
I was
Finbar
actually
so
gonna
that
say, mind linking
Yeah.
with wild shape Finbar would solve a lot of problems.
That would solve a lot of problems. You didn't do that at first, so.
we didn't.
Open the pocket. Anyone I can make eye contact with.
The
Or
thing,
at
yeah,
least
at this
anyone I
point,
can see.
Virla
I
would not
feel
know
like-
that Finbar has an idea.
But it's okay.
I feel like, yeah. Well, it's not that you can't do it, but you're gonna have to this is taking time from your escape
Right.
to set this thing up now. So
I'm gonna. Okay.
go ahead. You know what, Kiana? Go ahead and make me an. Is it an intelligence or a wisdom to see if you think of when you think of this?
Rude.
Go ahead. I mean, I know you've got high wisdom, but it kind of feels like logistics. It kind of feels like planning. So I'd like Kyana to make.
It says I have advantage on int saves, but not checks.
Int saves, correct. That's from spells. Right. It's from your sword, actually.
Is it? Oh, okay. Neat. So just
and
a flat.
Sunny's never around, but
Sunny's not. Sunny's on the
Sunny's
ship.
Go ahead and make an intelligence check to see if you would think to mind link with him as he's like, fuck, if only I could talk, I could survival our way through.
Roger that. My int is +0.
Okay, I'm gonna say DC 13.
I rolled a 7, so I didn't think of it.
Sorry. Kyana,
my original idea then of trying to investigation my way through it, I think is the only other thing that I can think of, and I can at least communicate it to Kyana, even though it might be a higher DC skill check.
Yeah, go ahead and try to communicate that to her. I'll call that, if you get this going, I'll call it a success. The Kiana's roll is 1 failure.
What?
Okay.
Yeah, this is a skill challenge. Failed skills cost you.
That was just an int check. It was.
Yes,
whatever.
it was. To see if you could set up something. Sorry, go on.
Okay, that was a natural 12, so investigation is 20.
Okay, so sorry, computer went sleepy. It's a dirty 20, and what are you trying to do? You're trying to investigate your way through the crowd?
Yes.
Okay. I'll say that as crowds are moving, but walls are static. So as you begin to formulate in your mind the best way, how does your tiny voice break through the wind for you to communicate with Kyana about as she goes to take a wrong turn, or at least a less advantageous turn? How do you communicate to her?
I'll first try yelling at her, but if she's not responding to it, I'm going to cast Sending.
Yeah!
And say, if you feel me tugging on your shirt left, go left. If you feel me tugging on your shirt right, go right.
Oh, that's so smart.
Totally allow it. Sending definitely works. No need to see if there's any success there. Fantastic. All right, that brings you to 3 successes: the knock, the Kyana carrying you, and Virla investigating while sending. This is compared to 1 failure. Any other ability checks anyone would like to make?
I'd like to pop open a cold one with my boy Roy.
You guys make it back to the ship, get inside the protective field, and just deafened. Everything is muffled, even as you're talking, and you know that it should be good because there's no more wind. Your hair is no longer going crazy, but you still really can't communicate with each other.
Yeah, I'm attuned to the helm, so I'll sit down in the seat while I'm drinking and just wait for the rest of the crew to show up so that we can just...
All right.
Oh no.
I could try the survival check.
Does Kyana have anything she wants to do as well? Either of you guys can make checks.
All I can think of would be acrobatics things, stealth things. They're the same.
Both seem reasonable to me. However, you would like to justify them.
Well, the acrobatics would be if I wanted to just parkour straight line my way to the ship as quickly as possible. But I think I know.
That sounds like a perfectly good use of a skill check to me.
Yeah, but I think I know that it's a big, complicated crowd of people. The best thing to do would not be to draw attention to myself by fucking jumping over everybody, and would instead be to sort of move at high speed through the crowd, which I think would be a stealth kind of thing. Sort of
yeah,
social
you want to
stealth.
avoid people? Totally.
Yep.
Go ahead and roll me a stealth. I'm actually going to say this is not too hard. It's dark, it's windy. People here, they rely on sight, but even so, it's very, and there's no sound, so you really can't be spotted. So I'm going to say that everyone here basically has a passive perception of 12, so I really just want you to beat a passive perception of 12.
All right, well, let's not get our hopes up. Oh, I exactly hit 12.
Okay, there we go. Perfect.
Nice.
That's a success. That's 4 successes.
It was I need 5 or higher.
What's everyone so worried about? 2 more checks and you're home free.
Oh,
or 2
great,
failures
it's
and you're
6.
not home free. It's going to be one of the 2.
Okay. So, hear me out.
Oh, no.
Great stuff.
The acoustics of Pandemonium, vary depending on the environment that the wind is blowing off and hitting places from.
Already excited to see where this could possibly go.
The thing that Virla is going to try and listen for is the tunnel that the Aspera entered from and parked by. Is a nature check to try and listen to the environment's wind and the unique,
Yes, it's a nature check. That's a very high DC.
Can't we just...
Yeah.
Am I not just retracing my steps?
You are, but this is a dramatized, however you guys can think of applying this, anything could be useful as Kyana, you forget to turn down an alley or something like that.
Right,
and
yeah.
Virla needs to, listens to see if you can remember. So, Virla, if you'd like to make that check, I'm going to set the DC for listening to the wind at 25.
Oh,
I cannot do it.
No.
I have a +4 to nature.
Okay. I appreciate it. It's a little ambitious.
Fair enough. Actually, Kyana, Red made a good point. We're just retracing steps. Would it be a history check to remember the steps that we had gone?
Okay. Yes,
and
I'd say
go
a
the
history
other way?
check. Yeah.
Okay, I'm a lot better with that.
Yeah, I'm going to say, though, because it's very similar, so I'm going to allow it, because it's not the same as your investigation, but it's very similar. So, I'm sorry, what DC did I set investigation at? A 17 or an 18?
I'm not sure you told us.
Yeah,
Did you not do an investigation?
I did.
Oh, okay. What did you roll? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
Okay,
Sorry.
that's okay. It's okay. It's just going to be a higher DC now, because it's very similar, but it's technically different. So we're going to increase the DC because basically, the things you're not investigating, you're trying to remember. So it's kind of overlapped skills, right? So go ahead.
I rolled a 20 for the investigation.
Gotcha. Cool. So I'd like for you to roll me a DC 22
Okay.
to see if you can remember your way out.
No, that's a 3.
Yeah.
Okay. A reminder that you guys will make it to the ship. The success is consequences that might
Oh, okay.
happen as a result.
I was going to recommend that
Really,
you guys
what
just
this-
dimension door straight to the ship and I just run the rest of the way.
Really,
Actually,
what
you're
this
both
is
small enough, but you would be abandoning Kyana to the skill check by yourself.
yeah.
So
It's just more running.
What I'm
anything-
translating this to is how much are we going to piss Dani off once we return to the
I'm also going to
Aspera?
say at this point, the being small has helped you guys a lot. So if you guys want to stop being a spider and being small, you still have that success. It's not going to go
Right.
away. You're just, I don't want you to feel locked in for the whole skill challenge. You already gained a lot of ground by just letting Kyana fucking go. All right. So anything
I
else?
think
that you guys
Virla will.
would like to
I
do?
think Virla will stay small, honestly, because Kyana's moving faster than he could. So
That's
Which way is the wind blowing? Or is it blowing in our faces or all over the place?
it changes back and forth pretty much. So
If we could somehow have the wind move in our favor, would you count that?
do you have any spells? There are certainly druid spells that would do such a
I had prepped Gust of Wind.
thing. Okay.
Oh.
You'd have to
Yes.
drop a spider, but as I already said, that would be
Right.
doable.
Um,
And I would set that at, now you're going against the nature of the plane, but you don't need to conquer it. You just need to get it to work a little bit less against you when
Exactly.
it's going to work against everyone else. So I would say that there would be a check involved, but it would be a relatively low DC.
in that case, we need one more success.
Actually, what's your spellcasting modifier?
Modifier is +4.
+4 for your wisdom. A 14 is what you would need, and with the dragon,
You can't roll less than a 10.
Oh,
you can't roll less than a 10.
yes. Oh, this is it's perfect. Yeah. In that
Synergy.
case,
You wanna
yeah,
do it?
no, I crawl
Is that
out of
automatic
Kiana's
success?
pocket, pop out,
Wow.
Fantastic.
hold my hand out as a strong gust of wind sort of splits any incoming wind our way, and it creates a what's it called? Not a turbulence. What's it called? Drag. Whatever.
What are you describing?
Creates an easy run space.
Tail-
Yeah,
Tailwind?
tailwind, sure. And yeah, I cast Gust of Wind.
All right. You cast Gust of Wind, and I'm also going to say at this point that 10 minutes has elapsed with 7 checks and the fight. 10 minutes has elapsed, so you use it, successful. The dragon fades at this point, so you're not going to have it on any future checks. But
Fantastic.
it saved your ass on this one. This brings you to 5 and 2, which means that the next check is going to decide what happens. So, I would love for whoever's going to make the final ability check of this skill challenge to tell me what you'd like to roll. Chirp. Chirp.
Have you considered looking into some glass?
We're not at that
I want to
point
look
in
into
the
some
track.
glass so I can up my charisma so that I can.
Yeah.
I really thought Virla was going to be out there, TBH. I was like, who would Dani bring other than Virla?
My
Wouldn't that be
boy!
nice for Endelian's
Yeah.
spellcasting?
Can I roll perception to see if I can spot
Can
the ship in
I?
the distance? I don't know if that'll help.
I mean, you gotta get to the exit.
Okay.
So I would totally allow that, but it's pretty small help. So even though you have a high bonus to
Yeah.
perception, I'm gonna say there's gonna be a high DC.
Probably not then. What are you thinking, Red?
I was thinking I could not quite rules as written a couple abilities.
Well, I'd love to hear it.
Well, I had 2 ideas. One of them just being Visage of the Astral Self, gives me dark vision, and also lets me get advantage on insight. So just to kind of get that last hurdle of all right, hold on, where are we going? And the other thing was stillness of mind. I'm not under an effect that causes me to be charmed or frightened, but if I could use that to sort of just really briefly shut out the noise and be like, wait, actually, where the fuck am I going? Okay,
I would
don't
allow.
panic.
I would allow either of those in conjunction with an ability check. Neither of those I think are strong enough to just be a success.
Yeah.
But I would allow either of those to be used to lower the DC on ability check if you think that there's an ability check that would go with either of those.
Well, I certainly wouldn't mind rolling an insight check at advantage, but
If you want to express to me how insight is, reading people is would help you in this get out of dodge situation.
Can I suggest?
Sure.
Because we parked with the other spelljammers, right? And the race is over, so there would be people going in that direction to leave, right?
Potentially, yes. I mean, you guys are kind of at the... I'm actually going to say no, because the race just ended, and then you guys fled.
Okay.
So, no one
Okay,
is
all
going as fast as you, right?
Yeah.
All right. That's the only other thing. That's the only thing I can think of using insight for. Trying to weed out those who are going to our direction versus those who aren't. I don't know. It was a tenuous one at best.
There's only so many times I can roll acrobatics checks or stealth checks or
Right.
whatever to
Right.
keep doing the same thing I've been doing.
I mean, you haven't used acrobatics. If you want to use acrobatics to try and...
I chose the
would-
stealth approach rather than the bouncing off the walls approach.
Yeah,
So
there's always time to change tactics.
Right.
Now, you're not carrying Finbar and Virla, so it's going to be
I'm still
a
carrying
higher
Virla.
DC.
She's still
you
carrying
know?
me.
Oh,
Pocket
sorry, you're still
Virla
carrying
still
Virla.
is a
But
thing.
Finbar can't follow you, though, if you, acrobatics over a wall.
Right,
So,
which isn't exactly helpful.
I would say that it's a success, but it's going to be a high DC because you're only really helping yourself and Virla.
Yeah, so let's not do that.
As opposed to, it would have been pretty easy when they were both small, you know? Okay.
Can we get Dani to pull the ship in closer to us? Do you have another sending in you?
I don't know if there's
I do.
room. We came in there, we'd be able to know if the ship could fit past where we docked it.
That's a good question. It's actually, I have a picture of Asylum is my own creation, but it's loosely based off of another location.
Give me big
within-
nowhere from the Guardians trilogy energy.
It's located, it's based off of a location that's actually there, so... Let me pull up the picture. Because I think the answer is kind of yes.
Okay.
You couldn't get it down on the ground. You'd have to lower a rope ladder. But...
I thought of a possible justification for an insight check.
Oh, what was your insight check?
Well,
be?
right now we're just kind of sprinting pell-mell on the assumption that we're probably being chased or something. I would like to see who, if anybody, is looking at or for us. Scan the
Okay.
crowd with my visage of the astral self up.
I get that. I'm not sure. How would that help you get there, like, faster? Like,
Who to
stealth
avoid.
made you avoid people.
Yeah, but this is
and
specifically who to avoid.
This is
Stealth.
who to avoid.
The way I said the stealth was more like move with the crowd. Don't draw attention to yourself by fucking booking it through a crowd of people who are moving at moderate speed. Like,
Gotcha.
you know,
So try to avoid anyone who may be looking for you.
yeah, anyone who
That's
looks even
basically what this
halfway
is?
official or is like scanning the crowd in a specific way. Anyone who's cottoned on to what happened.
Cool. Again, this is like kind of tricky, so it's a little bit up there. It's not like crazy. It's not going to be DC 25, and you are rolling an advantage. So I'm going to go ahead and set this at another DC of 22, and if you would like, go ahead and roll.
All right. Well, my insight is +9, so I need a 13 or higher.
Come on, at advantage. What are the odds? It's basically
Yeah.
guaranteed.
And if I fuck this up, I apologize, but I ran out of clever tricks to do 2 skill checks ago.
I mean, that's...
It's a 16 on the die,
There we
baby.
go. Easy.
Okay.
Get us out of here, bitch.
You
All right.
watch as
So that was a
couple
25.
people
I would have succeeded anyway. Ha.
who are clearly on the lookout, like step in the most obvious path, and whereas everyone else might have booked it past them, you read their intention, even with covered faces and covered eyes and stuff like that. You read their intention and just grab Finbar, Firla, and yank them down an alley. It adds a couple seconds to your trip, but you kind of go through like a back kind of area. There's a lot of like archways here that obscure vision, and you begin to crest out of the you see the exit as you go. Finbar, with your passive perception, there's a lot of people excited here. There's a lot of people looking around here. In other words, people like are hyped from the event. There are people trying to figure out what's going on. You notice as you cut through this like kind of back alley area, hold up, someone you hadn't spied yet, who draws your attention because they are neither excited nor searching. Instead, they are sitting with like their back kind of to you, working on something. The wind catches a little bit of hood. You see, like, it kind of like blows open. Inside, you see a female fire Genasi.
It's not a mummy.
It's no one that you recognize for anything. But the eyes lock onto you, and there's like this brief moment. You're like, "What's like something is kind of like weird about this?" And you realize that what it is as the hood blows open, you notice that where there were ears, instead there is just dry, caked blood on both sides, where the ears have been removed.
Recently.
Recently.
Yikes.
And they look at you and then turn back to what they were doing as you guys bolt past them.
What are they doing?
I don't know, you guys want to stay to find out?
Can I
wanna
make
check it
a
out?
really, really quick perception check to see if I spot it in passing?
Go ahead. Either of you guys can make I'll allow a quick perception
Okay.
check. You've already succeeded on the skill challenge. You're going to get out of here unless you decide to.
Yeah, I'll kind of
something else.
poke Kyana. And can I give her the help action on this?
But
go
that's
for it.
this advantage?
Yes.
Yes,
All
go ahead and
right.
make an advantage.
Well, that first roll was a 3.
So Viral is also aware of this, right?
Okay.
It's Finbar's high perception that notices this, so unless
I poked Kyana.
there's not a lot of time
and
here.
to have her. So I'm not believing my eyes as we're running, and I
Right.
poke at Kyana and motion towards the earless fire Genasi to help her on
Right,
her.
I do a quick glance over with a 22 perception.
A 22. You know what? Let's go ahead and make a quick little sleight of hand. I am going to give them advantage because this is actually, like, it's pretty hard to see with everything that's going on. But, oh wait, I was going to say you don't have dark vision, but also you have dark vision.
I have the visage
because
up,
you
so now I
your
do have
visage
dark
up.
vision,
So it
yeah.
is straight. So we'll say at advantage is fine. Technically, I think advantage and disadvantage should have canceled out, but I'm cool with that. Do a quick. Okay, it's just a +2, so basically I need a natural 20 to keep it from you.
It's still
Um,
possible.
and it's really good, but it's not a natural 20. You notice as they pull out what looks like a red, it's a gem, but it's not faceted in the normal, like, Seven Dwarves kind of typical, how you would imagine it. It looks kind of like weirdly, like, it's kind of like, it's bumpy like an organ, right?
Yeah.
It's like kind of like weird and organic looking. It's got kind of this like weird oblong shape, and it looks almost like veined, but it's clearly hard crystal. And that's what they're holding as they like go to like secret it away.
That's what they were quote unquote working on?
There might be more to it, but the 22, like that's what you get.
All right. Weird.
Would you?
All right,
let's book
just slow down, stare at each other, and then continue through. Dani, you see them booking it from the city
But
as you're sitting at the helm.
Sitting at the helm, ready to plane shift us to the Astral Sea when everybody's on board. But just taking
All right.
the most casual, like, sitting and shooting the shit with Roy, watching kind of lazily to see when they show up.
You guys show up. Roy goes, "Did you see we won?"
Yeah, no, y'all did a good job.
Yeah! Good job!
Yeah!
It was awesome!
We leaving?
Yeah. Now it's time to go.
Plane
All right.
shift away.
You guys rise up onto the Astral Sea, and immediately your ears silenced.
Whew.
Wonderful. You're like hard of hearing, right? You just got out of the loudest concert in the world.
So what happened to
it's pretty
you
rough.
guys?
Yeah, basically.
Oh, a little bit of a death match.
Delian took over Asylum. He might have been the one that organized this race, I don't know. But we had to fight him and we killed him.
We got a second sword. Although that might have been bad. He implied that maybe they can track them. But we do have 2 of them now.
Anyway, I'm sorry that we couldn't fully see your race, but we did see you win. And that's
Get
awesome.
the cool hat.
Oh, just so sadly tip the hat.
Yeehaw.
The saddest yeehaw.
It was a day of victories and a day of losses. Crew of the Aspera, the adventure's coming to a close. Is there anything else you would like to do? Dani's got some new bling.
I got this fancy medal.
Yeah, what'd you get? What's your prize?
I don't know, it's like a pendant or something.
And I turned to Roy. And where's yours?
I didn't get one.
Maybe you didn't get one.
They didn't give me a medal, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Don't worry,
Well-
in the extended cut, Roy's gonna get a medal along with it.
No, I think 3 movies from now, he'll get a medal, and it'll be
Yeah.
a big moment that we're all supposed to care about.
I will let Virla identify this if he desires.
Otto wanted you to have this.
Sure. Yeah.
Virla, would you
I'll do
like to
that.
identify? Kiana
Check it
takes
over.
over.
That's a good question.
You
for
can
another
trade off.
time.
I mean, I'll do both the pendant and the Delian sword if you want, Kiana.
May as well. Just make sure it's not
Yeah.
cursed or whatever.
Delian's sword is not cursed. It's another silver blade. It's actually technically a little bit different. I actually don't. I think the rule's intention is that would operate just like this sword, but it's a long sword, not a great sword. So
So it's one-handed. So I can attune to it as my monk weapon.
that's true. You could ditch. It's less damage, but
I hit
you
with
could
it more
attune to
times. I can
that's
use
your
it for my unarmed strikes monk attacks. I think. It gets a
I
little
don't
bit
know.
weird.
It,
but-
I'll have to look into that. But anyway, yeah. So there's. We're gonna go ahead and say for now that the sword does the normal shit. That's it's less good. It doesn't have the mechanical bonus to hit because the Githyanki Greatsword of the Supreme Commander is like as good as it gets. This one
that
does not
makes
have the
sense.
mechanical bonus to hit. But you understand.
Yeah.
The medallion. It's called the Amulet of the Plains.
Yeah.
Creative.
While wearing this amulet, you can use an action to name a location that you are familiar with on another plane of existence. Then, make a DC 15 intelligence check. On a successful check, you cast the plane shift spell. On a failure, you and each creature and object within 15 feet of you travel to a random destination. Roll a D100. On a 1 through 60, you travel to a random location on the plane you named. On a 61
goodness.
through 100, you travel to a randomly determined plane of existence. If
Oh, this is awful.
you were
I love
able
it.
to install this in the ship somehow, it would still require an intelligence check, but there's the with caveats. you would be able to travel anywhere you want with a plane shift. Whether how often you would want to do that, because every time you do risk failure. But
it doesn't count for our daily plane shift with the tuning fork.
It happens. Actually, is there a limited amount of times? I suppose there's not.
Oh no.
How often you can use it? Because you're not attuning to it. It's not one person. You're kind of if one person wants to attune to it, it works as is. If you want to try to install it to the ship, how often you can use it is going to be dependent on Dani's check. Whoever's installing it, but Dani's check, right?
Yeah.
Likely, combining these two things means you're going to get once per day, but you can go to any plane, but you risk going to the wrong plane. Obviously, you can still sail places if you have nowhere to be quickly and you don't want to risk it, but if you ever have to get somewhere quickly, there's always the chance, there's always the opportunity to use this. Perhaps more uses with enough time and a high enough check.
I explain all of that to Dani. I don't explain the integrating into the ship part. I'm fully just like, you do what you want with it. If you want to keep it for yourself.
Yes, if you explain, I mean, you would only know the text that I read.
Yeah.
But players,
I mean, I can't do anything with it at this exact second. I'm sort of all full up on attunement. If you've got a spot open, Virla, I feel like you're the other person who could use this. I might.
I really don't.
Then it might just live in the bag until I can figure out how to integrate it with the ship, because, no offense to Finbar and Kyana, but I feel like we're the intelligence-based part of this crew, and I don't want to go to, Pandemonium again by mistake,
I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that.
Sure.
I'm also going to pretend I didn't hear that.
I'm not going to say anything.
Dani says it when she's shouting because she's still down.
No offense to Kyana and Finbar.
Kyana's just 20 feet away in the bubble, yeah, okay, alright.
By the way, what were you guys...
Just me and Plug. Sunny.
There was a moment right before we had reached the Aspera when you guys slowed down for a bit.
Yeah, no, we saw.
Oh, yeah, the weird person.
You saw it too? Yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't know what I saw.
Something about it was a fire genasi, red one.
Fire
red
genasi.
One.
With, ears
anyone
gone
noise.
recently.
Mm-hmm.
Felt like a pandemonium thing. Holding some kind of weird, red crystal that looked like it came out of somebody's body.
Does that sound like a slod?
Oh no, is that a slod thing? Oh no.
Sounds kind of like a slot crystal.
Slots can transform to look like other things, like people.
Well,
they don't typically take the crystals out of their body.
Yeah, the crystal sounds like it was the slod thing that you wanted.
But does that mean that
I don't know,
Genasi killed the mummy too?
The mummy's dead.
The mummy was already dead, right?
The saddest yee-haw has been hawed this day.
Oh, deader. Okay.
Or
I get
not moving, coming back type. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, proper.
The other things
Do
that
you
made
think
it out of
that
that
this
cave
Genasi
were
knows-
me, Roy, and this hat, and I guess the bike technically.
Do you think that Genasi knows how to Styx proof a spelljammer?
I kind of hope not.
Wasn't Cressida saying something about Genasi artificers being stolen and
I
taken?
think it was just artificers in
Roy,
general
can
going
you fill us in?
Yeah, Roy, does she talk in her sleep or something?
This is disgusting.
Surely
Oh,
she
no,
confides
we
in
didn't
you,
do
her
that.
closest confidant.
What?
Sleep.
Okay.
Alright.
Attaboy, right? Okay.
Dani, in the most
Oh, I
younger
get it.
sibling way ever, just mind
God.
gagging. Throw it up.
No, but in all seriousness, did Cressida... Did she tell you anything about this? She must have, right?
She mentioned that she was looking for artificers, and that she thought Dani might be one of the artificers because she's always disappearing. And I said, nah, she's just always disappearing. That's what she does. And then she said, well, maybe I could call her. And I said, okay.
I love Roy.
Thank you.
Really feeling that high charisma right now.
This might warrant then talking with Cressida. Might help the lead. Might give her a lead into the thing that she's working on. But
We don't know if these are connected.
Yeah, we don't.
we don't.
It's just something we got to keep our eyes on.
Yeah.
It's just a number of circumstances all happening at once. I do think that it is rather coincidental that a fire Genasi has something that could be very important to the fortification and upgrading of a spelljammer. You said they didn't have any ears? Is there anything that I know about, like, cultures about anything, like, in either Githyanki or Mind Flayer culture about, like, chopping off ears?
Just didn't look like it on purpose.
Communicates via telepathy, and you want to limit how your enslaved characters are communicating.
This looked like more of a recent, like really recent.
Yeah, it was blood. The blood is still fresh. Yeah.
I see. They chopped off the ears so they didn't have to hear the wind then.
That was the impression I got, but now I'm not so sure.
Alright, well.
It was really fast and really weird.
Okay. Then yes, I don't know what to make of that.
That's concerning. Feels like... I don't know, is this a thing we should follow up on? Whose backstory is this related to at this point?
You've gotten real meta lately, Dani.
I feel like I've just become so much more, like, aware of storytelling and communication in general.
Dani seems more confident.
It's the hat.
Well,
Man, that race must have been so fun.
At any rate, this is not the time to be speculating about it. I think we've done enough of that. Tonight is for celebrating. Dani, you fucking won. That's awesome.
I appreciate the celebrations and libations and whatnot, but I do feel like this was more of a internal journey than it is a thing I actually care about celebrating. Not that I'm gonna turn down food or something, but I don't know.
All right then, food coming right up. Everybody else,
Done.
until the next adventure.
Nope.
Hey, dude, aren't you getting married soon?
Yeah, yes I am.
Finbar, how soon is
Congrats.
soon, out of curiosity?
How do you know this?
Y'all didn't get the
What? You guys talked? Dani's talked about it.
y'all didn't get the
Is this like a big secret I shouldn't have known?
y'all didn't get the invites yet? Those should have been mailed out by now.
I don't have a mailing address.
Oh, right.
All of us live on this ship.
I run back into my room.
Shoot, Villa, we forgot to mail out the. Okay. All right.
I come back out and I hold a huge stack of envelopes.
Elise sitting at home. It's weird they haven't gotten any RSVP.
Oh no.
But the wedding
I
is
find
coming up.
Dani's and I hand it to her. When's the date? When's the date? How soon?
I'm just gonna keep
open.
steering the ship.
We're getting close. In fact, as of next episode, wedding planning begins in earnest.
I think Vera's thing is delivering all these invitations.
Oh my god!
Fuck,
Just
that's
taking-
gonna be really fun.
Do I have a +1?
Just taking the per Aspera.
Does Danny's
Does
invite
Dani get
say
a
+1?
Did he bring a
Everybody
+1?
gets +1.
Does
yeah.
Roy get an invite?
Does Roy get it?
Everyone at the
Roy
heap is
gets-
getting an invite. A lot of people from the guild
Alright.
are getting an invite.
Otto?
Extended, yeah. Otto is invited. Finbar's extended family is going to be there.
Lex.
Gotta pick a +1.
We need to fill out the other side of the aisle, man.
That's for that's for at least to figure out. But there's no aisle. It's just going to be a thing where it's just one giant crowd, one big family.
Nice save.
I'm not very
Very dangerous territory for a
Alright.
second there.
This actually might be a good thing for Virla to do, because wouldn't that mean that he could visit Caleb and Sierra and?
Oh
and
yeah, no,
Maxim
they're
again?
invited too.
He could visit all 3 of those
Yep.
NPCs. We could do as many
Huh.
vignettes as you want.
I should
All
see
right.
if I can find somebody who can cast Sending to Ione to see if she wants to be my +1. I don't
could
think she's
cast
ever met
Sending to
Elise, but it
Ione.
might be fun. Nice party, good food.
I know Ione. I can cast Sending
think
if
of
we
a
really
+1.
wanted
yeah.
to. I thought we were just sort of accepting that she was off doing her own thing, and we would run into her when we would run into her.
No, I mean, yeah, but it can't hurt to invite her.
An invite would be nice.
Sure.
Yeah.
We can talk logistics, I suppose, on our way back.
All right.
Which is to say right now, but...
Next time we begin with the wedding planning and adventures to get things ready. So we'll catch you for a Tales of Wedding Preparation episode next time.
Hell yeah.
Ah.
Woo!
With that, I think we should conclude this season 4, episode 4 of Rolling with
Foursquare.
Difficulty: The Adventures of the Crew of the Aspera.
Nobody finished processing anything emotionally. Yeah.
Pretty resolute.
Finbar took off, from my understanding, Finbar crossed off another thing that was on his, I assume on his to-do list before he left the crew, which is
Killing
deal with
Endelion?
It
Yeah.
was hasty, but Virla did like come to terms with like this is like a pretty nice way to sort of end this saga, I suppose.
good.
Dani gained a
Just
real
be a Dani
insight
then.
into her sense of self, and I think actually really worked through some of the frustration she was
it's
feeling.
really
So it's
just
kind of just
Just
Kiana.
Kiana! You were
What a
expecting the
shame to-
Dani angsty loner arc, but instead it will be Kiana.
Hey, Virla offered, hey, do you want to ask this guy about Oleronway? But no.
No. Different angsty loner arc. Don't worry about it.
Oh.
Nothing is wrong.
Oh.
Everything's cool.
Oh. Alright then.
Good shit. Hope. With all of that, I think that we'll say goodbye. We'll catch you all next time.
Whew, this was a long one.
Fun things are afoot.
Adios.
Peace.
Bye.
Thanks so much for listening to this week's episode of Rolling with Difficulty. The crew of the Per Aspera will return next week for another thrilling installment, but if you miss us before then, you can visit us on Rolling with Difficulty's Discord linked in the show notes below. Got any questions, comments, or concerns? Feel free to email us at rollwithdifficulty@gmail.com. If you enjoyed the show, please rate us and leave a review on your preferred podcast platform. And if you really enjoyed the show, consider becoming a patron for even more exclusive content, like art from the cast, stories about NPCs, and homebrew like the Bard College of Feasts subclass. Thank you to everyone who has been supporting the show and listening, and we'll catch you out on the Astral Sea.